any state court.
Good evening. My name is Susan Stevenson. I'm the chair of the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation for the Village of Southampton, New York. I'm calling this meeting on December 10th, 2018 to order. Do I have a motion to open the meeting?
I make a motion that we open this meeting of the Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation on December 10th, 2018.
Do I have a second?
Second? Aye.
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 Before we begin, I'd like to make it clear that I expect everyone in this room, the board and the public alike, to speak and act with civility. I also expect that people will be truthful in front of this board. Anyone who wants to speak should sign. Julie, there was a place to sign.
I have it right here.
Okay.
If anyone has not
And
signed.
if you have materials to present to the board, they should be put on this table facing the board so that Charlie can pick up the material for the video. I'd like to introduce the board. To my left, Rob Coburn, Christina Redding. To my right, Curtis Highsmith and Jeff Broadleaf. Our counsel is Bo Robinson. Our historic consultant is Zach Studenroth. Our recording secretary is Jolie Sanchez. And Charles Styler is our videographer. Let's get started. First, the minutes from the previous meeting. Has everyone read?
Zach, can you give me the agenda? I make a motion to approve. I believe there were two sets of comments
Yes.
submitted, and I know those have been incorporated, so I make a motion to approve the minutes of November 26th ARB meeting, subject to those comments.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
I was absent.
Aye.
Okay, passed. You were absent. Okay, thank you. Next signs.
First sign is for the Rose Society.
Lynn,
Yes.
you're on. Step up, please.
Can I hold you up 1 second? Somebody turned the microphones around.
Oh. If I could reach it.
Yeah, turn them around. Yeah.
Like that?
More down there and more down here.
Okay.
I was wondering why I couldn't hear you too good.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault.
Yours is good. Are you good now? We'll wait a minute until he gets this straightened out, because I can hear feedback. I actually have some of the materials that you were going to present. So I'll do like the show and
You tell me when I should talk.
You should talk. Introduce yourself first.
Thank you. My name is Lynn Hamer, and I am the first vice president of the the Southampton Rose Society. We are a member of the American Rose Society. As you know, the Southampton Rose Society has created and maintains 5 rose gardens in Southampton. One, the large one at the library, another on the side of Shippey's, another at the front of the Cultural Center, another at Little Red, and another at Town and Country Real Estate Office. We have a very difficult time in raising funds for this because I think the community doesn't fully understand that we are totally responsible for creating and maintaining these gardens. And in reality, we would like to create more of these gardens. In order to get our membership to be more aware and supportive of this, we have created an Angels participation, which has guided us to put a sign up for those people who have made substantial contributions to the Rose Society. And I believe it is the board's feeling that the sign is too large, and it includes 5 names of people who contribute to, yes, that's what it looks like. So the 5 names of the generous people who have contributed are posted on those, and those remain there for a year until the new group of Angels wings in for the following year. So I think this board feels that the sign is too large.
Right, this is the size,
That's reduced, though, from the
10 by
last one.
12, that Chris Talbot suggests. He's the building inspector. So it would be these names.
So that is reduced from a 18 by 20,
Yeah, well, however big it was. Yeah, he cut it down. I think this is still pretty big, but I think it's
half the
okay.
size.
But you can easily see that, I was once in the magazine business, you could make a sign this size and it would still be effective. However, if you think this is important to be, so I don't think this is a terrible size when it's up against a big wall.
I think
This
the
is for in front, for all of your signs, or are you revising all the signs, or just the one by the previous little red department?
All the signs.
All the
It's
signs?
all the signs.
Okay. There is no actual, did there have to be both posting and mailing? This was done through the trustees.
There was one posting and mailing, was there not? If there was no posting or mailing,
I thought there was, I thought there was this
Do you have- it's
posting
not in this
outside
file?
Little
There's no
Red or
file?
something.
It's a sign
It's a
application.
sign, we don't have a person.
Oh, do you post and mail for signs? No. Oh, sorry.
No.
Never mind.
Oh, okay.
So this was the agreed-upon size as of today.
Okay.
Is it amenable to you?
Thank you very much. We appreciate the fact that we will be able to
Well, we have to vote
acknowledge.
on it, but
How is this sign is going to be on a post set in the ground at each of these gardens, is that
Yeah.
correct?
It's just on the little legs.
Little legs.
here, there's a picture of one here. You may have seen them around the village. Wait, the amount of pieces.
Lay it on the table.
Here, it's so tiny, maybe he can get it. So Rob, but it's going to be white or green. The old ones are green. I like the green ones, but it's going to look like this, I guess.
As far as I know, Susan, they'll be the same colors.
This, or like that. That's the old sign, green. It doesn't matter,
Valerie, can you get that?
Does it make any difference?
only that it would be specific that we said so. I don't honestly think it's a
Oh,
huge...
yes, please do.
If I can just help out for a moment on this, because
Are you the sign maker?
Hampton Signs was actually doing these signs.
How helpful.
So the sign that you're looking at there, the green sign, those are signs that are already posted.
Yes.
Just saying when it was established. The other signs that you're now talking about are new signs that are going to be made to thank those people who are helping to contribute to it. So those would be additional signs to the ones that are already existing.
And where would they be
They're going to
placed?
put two signs in front of these places now?
One is already at the moment, that's what they were hoping to do. And I'm not saying that that's what the town will approve.
Well, I don't think that's what we were told. That
Where would the new sign
village,
be?
I'm sorry.
Where would the new sign be in relation to this sign? Is it basically like a campaign-type sign that goes in the ground with metal posts?
No,
That's the detail I don't
it's
see.
that green thing.
Existing sign is
Is it,
It's like that. But I don't think it warrants two signs. I don't think two signs is okay.
The signs were doing two different things. One was acknowledging the donors, and the other was just acknowledging that the Rose
Tells you
Society.
what it is.
maintains it?
No, it doesn't. It says it's,
Well, this tells you that it's by the Rose Society.
yes, and this tells you it's by the Rose
No, that
Society.
tells you the people who help contribute to
Well,
it.
I'm not in favor of two signs. We're just becoming way too busy. So is it clarified? No.
So I'm sorry, I still don't, so this new sign is going to look like this other, but be in addition to it? Or is it,
Those were going to be maintained exactly the way they were.
understand. How
And
does
then
the
there
new
was
sign-
going to be an additional sign with two posts on either side, depending again on what
Okay, that's what I don't see.
the ARB approved.
I don't see a drawing of two posts on either side, so I don't know what I'm approving.
Well, the green sign that you're talking about has been there for as long as the gardens have existed. The new sign, which is the one you're reducing in size, was an additional sign that was put up last year to acknowledge people who were generous enough to help support the gardens.
But I only saw it in one location. Was it in every location?
Yes.
Okay, well, I just didn't see it. Okay, board members, so this is a sign in addition to the ones that are there already.
I would ask you to defer a vote on this until I can review the application.
Okay, sorry. Okay, motion, what, to adjourn?
For all
without
purposes,
for our-
to the next meeting.
Without prejudice.
No,
till-
just adjourn for all purposes to the next meeting.
Motion, we can't, we need to have our council review this. There's some kind of
Thank you.
procedural situation.
I think we're generally in favor of the concept, and we're very happy you maintain the rose gardens.
Right.
So-
I need a motion. Oh,
I would be in favor of thanking the people who are helping. Can you make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we adjourn for all purposes to our next meeting, the application of the Rose Society.
I have a second?
Second?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next meeting is January 14th, 2019. The next sign is Nest Seekers Real Estate sign. Did everyone have a chance to see it? Are you representing me? Oh, okay. Is there anyone here? Do we need,
Susan, if you can hold that up, maybe face it
Yeah,
to that
have you
camera
seen-
there, so Charlie can pick it up.
has it, do we like,
It's catchy. I'm not sure it needs the words real estate on it. It's a
I
little
don't-
busy.
I'm not crazy about real estate, but I don't know what, they have to redo the sign because it doesn't look right.
Worry not, but there's so much white space, or in this case.
Purple space.
Purple, that it's not objectionable to me.
Do you want the website there?
I don't mind.
So how, is anyone opposed?
I'm not opposed.
Are you? I'm not loving it, but I'm not opposed.
I'm fine
No
with it.
logo, it's very simple. Had no issue with the application's proposal.
So I have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the sign for Nest Seekers Real Estate.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Aye.
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 Next is Old Town Crossing, 25 Hampton Road. Oh, I say, you're back. Do you have a graphic to put down, or? Thank you. So this is, there are a number of signs, right?
There's just one sign.
Oh, okay, proceed, please.
So we're asking the board to permit us to put up a sign. It will be a black and white, a black lettered, white background, Old Town Crossing.
Is the awning currently there?
The awning is not currently
You're
there.
proposing the awning as well?
I am not at this moment.
So the awning is not part of the application?
The awning is not part of the application.
Any lightings and lanterns, anything?
There is not at the moment.
Do you have a motion? Does anyone have anything, anyone from the public? Anyone on the board? Motion to approve?
I make a motion that we approve the sign for Old Town Crossing on Hampton Road.
Second.
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Next is Stony Brook Medicine Cancer Center, the new Phillips Cancer Center on the highway.
Correct. And there are actually three
Three
separate
signs.
signs.
So we're starting with, which one is this?
Front and rear.
They have to be separate. Your name, sir?
My name is Jeffrey Fleming from Going Sign and Servicing Company.
Do you have a graphic to put down for the videographer?
It's the same graphic that you have.
I know, well, that's the problem. Yes, because
If you could put yours down so the public can see that.
Sure.
it's to face us.
Face-
Yes,
Face you? Yes.
thank you.
And you don't need to speak from the podium. There's a microphone that will
just
pick
stand
you
there.
up from there.
Okay. I think I have another copy.
So this is the, at least what I'm looking at right now, is the front sign. Is that correct?
That is actually the rear canopy sign
The rear canopy
facing the
sign.
parking lot.
That's where you get out and enter the building. Does anyone have an objection? Is there anyone from the public, anyone?
Can you point, just so the public sees, to the rear canopy sign? It's the one with the blue sky. Yeah.
We have a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve the rear canopy sign for Stony Brook Phillips Cancer Center.
Second.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Next sign is,
It's a nice design.
sorry, these are awkward. The ground sign, I guess you could call it? Is this the ground sign?
The detached sign, yes.
Can you
Is this sign?
refer to that? Thank you.
Which will be perpendicular to the county road.
Are there two or one?
There's one sign.
Oh, I see, side A, side B. Great. Does anyone have any objections?
Is this sign backlit in any way or any light pointing or focusing?
We're not providing lighting, but they may want to put some landscape lighting on that, I think probably for...
Are you proposing the landscape lighting, or you don't know if that's happening?
If there is landscape lighting,
Yes.
I do not know. It's not our responsibility.
Okay. Does anyone have any objections? Anything to say?
So long as what's implicit in what Curtis is saying is that if they were to want that, they'd have to come back here, because we would be approving the sign without any lighting.
Okay. So if they want indirect lighting, they would have to come
It
back.
depends. Indirect lighting, I don't know what that means.
That means it's not, the sign itself is not illuminated. It's, from the inside of the sign.
Well,
So it would be,
it also, it is on the highway, and it is a cancer treatment center. I mean, we're not talking about, I don't know. I mean, it's really up to them. They would have to come back to get the lighting.
well, there is no illuminated signage
Okay.
at this location, so it's
Okay,
important that probably in the 4 o'clock hours, when it's dark at this time of year, that someone knows where they're going.
and it's pretty dark.
Yeah.
All right. Do I have a motion to approve? Without lighting? This is the ground sign.
Make a motion that we approve the ground sign for Phillips Family Cancer Center, Stony Brook, Madison, on the highway.
Do I have a second?
I second it.
Thank you.
Aye.
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 And finally, the front of the building, is that correct?
That's
Can you can you point to that?
We
too?
did the front.
No, we did the back.
The rear.
The back is the front in these places because that's where you actually get out of your car and go in.
That's correct.
Because we approved this building, remember that? Okay, I don't have any objections to this. It's very similar to the back sign.
It is.
Anyone else?
Nope, it's fine.
Anyone from the public? Have a motion to approve?
Make a motion that we approve the front canopy signage for the Phillips Family Cancer Center, Stony Brook, Madison.
Second.
Second.
Aye.
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 There was also an exit sign there. Is that also being added to the site?
No, I believe that is just for construction, this exit sign that you see there.
Okay.
There's nothing that we're fabricating. Do you like these?
No.
Keep these here?
No, they're all yours.
We have,
Thank you very much.
that concludes the signs.
There's actually one more. It's dated December 3rd.
What's that one? It's not on the agenda,
Estates.
is it?
Is there anyone here for Shelter Rock Estates? We need to vote to adjourn it to the next meeting, see if anyone shows up, or should we consider it?
I don't know. Why don't you vote anyway?
Okay. Well, I think it's a little busy myself.
Adjourn it for no representative present.
Does anyone else think it's too busy?
Is this contractor sign? Or is it a?
It's a contractor sign, I guess it doesn't. It's a little, what do you think?
I'm fine with it.
Well, I guess the issue, if it's all moot, if we're adjourning it for
Well,
representation.
we don't have to.
Okay, in which
have an
case then,
objection?
yeah, I'd nix the design, build, and develop.
Okay, well, then we'd have to adjourn it, because we would be changing the sign. So, motion to adjourn till our
I make
next
a
meeting.
motion that we adjourn the sign application for Shelter Rock Estates.
Second? Aye.
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 Document this. Next, we have written decisions.
I have 2 written decisions for your determination this evening, both of which approve the applications as submitted. An affirmative vote on the motion would be to approve the application.
First is great, I'm going to lose my voice already. Morgan and Robin Grace, 292 Ox Pasture Road. Did everyone have a chance to read this? Great. We have a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion that we approve the written decision of council regarding 292 Ox Pasture Road.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Wait, we have to do this. Okay. You weren't here, or you were here? Were you here for this?
Yeah. Well, no, that was his presentation.
So you were,
But I did watch the video, and I am not opposed to the application, but I wasn't here for the presentation.
You can vote on it.
okay. Are you voting yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Aye.
I'm voting yes. Aye. And Jeff?
Aye.
Great.
Trouble someone for a copy. Excuse me. Can I trouble someone for a copy? I know it's my client will be anxious to see it.
This
Should
is
be an
the
extra
original
copy in the
instrument. I
folder.
can't do it.
We have a copy in the phone.
Should be an extra copy in the file.
Go ahead with that.
You have the file.
Thanks.
Oh, I have the file. I'm sorry, I'm busy signing it. Now, of course, we get Tinkerbell to bring it over. Here we go. Next, 472 First Nick Lane, LLC. A miracle. Here we go. Did everyone read this? Okay, do I have a motion to approve?
I make a motion that we approve the written decision by our council for 472 First Nick Lane LLC.
Second?
I second it.
Voting?
Aye.
Rob?
I'm a nay.
Oh, you're a nay.
Rob's a nay.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay.
Same request. For a copy of it. My client wouldn't like me to say this, but I respect your intellectual integrity on me.
That's not warranted.
Thank you.
There we go.
I like that it passed, for the record. I have a specific concern about preservation, which I expressed last time, but I'm not opposed to the fact that the application was approved.
This is closed, Rob. Next, driveway gates, non-historic. Ocean Play LLC, is there anyone here to represent them?
Second call.
Is it?
Yeah.
You can call later.
Okay, let's hold that over. But where? Let's just decide now. We always lose these things. Okay, holding that till second call. Moving ahead, there were no driveway gates historic, so we're moving ahead to public hearings, non-historic. 131 Herrick Road LLC, 131 Herrick Road. Construct two-story single-family dwelling with that's a detached garage. Applicant requests an adjournment. Is there a letter in there?
That was from previous, that got carried over from the previous agenda. The applicant's here. We've seen this application once before, I believe.
Why does it say, were you asking, or is that just a mistake in the agenda?
It's a mistake. We asked to...
Hold on.
Yeah, they asked to be adjourned till December 10th.
Till December 10th.
Yeah.
Sorry, this was a mistake.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a mistake. Great, okay. Your name, sir?
Michael Kirschman, architect.
Did he sign?
I will, sir. I didn't see the
Spell your
paper.
name, please.
Kirschman. So we are here for a second time. We had presented this on October 22nd, and there were some concerns about the front elevation. I'll point the concerns out to you here and the changes that we made. I do have copies if you want to see the full copies. I'll hand those out.
I think that would be a good idea.
Yeah.
She needs this one.
So actually, on the last page was the previously submitted drawing A3, and that was, it has a date on it of 10/22/18. That's what we had submitted last time. But there is a revised A3 in the set that I'll point to. But the concern was over the front portico in this location here, and the expression was that it was too tall. So, and that was in the context of that front elevation. Also, there was some clarity of materials that I had to go through that I clarified in the drawing A3 there. As you can see, the portico was lowered to align with the eaves of the house. And this,
Where, is this on A3?
yes,
So where's the previous A3?
The very
it's
last
in the
page.
back.
okay.
The last page. the
Okay,
last
I'm
page.
sorry, now I see the new A3. Thank you.
And so you could see in the revised A3 that the portico was lowered to align with the eaves and fascias of the house more, so it does blend in with the other fascias that are adjoining. And the enlargement here does show some of the detail that was brought out in the elevation. Essentially, everything in that background beyond the columns are face-applied moldings to the house. There's nothing projecting. That was one of the concerns that was expressed last time.
What's the material on the porch?
The porch, essentially it's ASIC, but it's wood. They're wood columns.
The roof?
The roof? The beams on the roof are...
If it's flat, I actually don't know.
It's going to be a very low pitch. I mean, from street view, you'll barely see it, but it is a metal roof.
Been coated stainless steel.
I don't like that.
It's not, if I would increase it to make it an asphalt shingle roof, it would now expand the height and the geometry in the front. So I kept it low, but I can't make it dead flat. I don't do dead flat roofs. But basically, this was presented last time, and there was not a comment about that roof. I would have changed it for this one.
I don't know. It may have been an oversight. I don't like the metal roofs to begin with, but certainly not on the front of the house. As a
We're talking about like a 6-inch projection above the facial line.
What will be the toning and the weathering of that
It's going to turn
material?
gray like the color of the siding. That's the reason why I pick it. It's a natural material that will weather the same color as the siding.
I had two questions. I like the treatment. Thank you for bringing the front down. Lines up with the other fascia, and I think that's nice. I think I asked this last time, but I just want to be sure. The mullions that I see on the front of the house aren't carried through to windows elsewhere on the house. Is that
Correct.
And the reason for that is there's preference?
Homeowner's preference and homeowner's preference.
To the extent those side windows in particular are visible, I think that's will be interesting. There aren't many houses that have mullions on one side and not on others. The other question I had has to do with the two fireplace bump outs on the side.
Yes.
Those project out 18 or 20 inches or so, roughly.
Correct.
and the tops of those come up under the eaves.
Correct.
I'm not sure I'm seeing those in the front elevation or the rear elevation.
Well, okay, they're not shown there, but because they are also set back, they're in the center of the home, and they're set back about 10 feet or so.
I just think there's some risk that those look like sort of truncated chimneys covered with shingles, and I'm interested in how that form will intersect the eave overhang, because what you present here is very clean, but it's not going to be quite so clean. You're going to have that form taking up most of that overhang under the eave. The eave's probably 3 or 4 inches wider than what that bump out is, but you can tell me. It comes up into it, right?
Right, but then also, we are introducing, which I'm not showing here, we are introducing landscaping at the face of the house, so even beyond the face of those corners, you're not going to be able to see
It's more the
beyond.
interaction sort of right at the eave that just concerns me a little bit. So I just raised those as my concerns.
So let me understand that again. So it's a gas fireplace.
Yes.
So there's no need for a chimney above the roof line?
No.
Right.
Direct vent.
So, and you're basically not, there's going to be no chimney essentially?
Correct.
Okay.
But
Okay, there'll be a vent or an
fireplace-
outlet.
Sorry, Jeff.
There'll be a vent or an outlet presumably for the hot air.
Yeah, but that comes out it comes out.
Comes out the
basically-
side? Okay, gotcha. Okay, I gotcha. Good.
Is there any reason why you couldn't bring those fireplaces in and make them flush on the back?
That is possible, it just adds a different, it adds the floor plan inside the house. That is taken in further, they're really kind of small rooms to begin with, and so would it be another projection of say about 18 inches within the room, then you have to build an enclosure, and then you have a hearth in front of it, so it does take a lot. That would approximately be like another 36 inches inside the room with the hearth.
Well, I imagine even the barest of landscaping, whether it be boxwoods, anything like that, are going to cover that up.
Right at the face of the house, and you wouldn't see.
Yeah,
What's the dimensions of the bump out that you're referring to?
It's 18 inches.
18
yeah.
inches.
I think it's just-
And the depth? How far?
Well, I'm sorry, it's 6 feet by
Okay.
18 inches.
Like 18 inches. Okay. Not much of an impact. I don't particularly mind the front metal roof. I know and specifically because of the pitch, kind of sort of need it. I think it will be masked by the white trim, white frieze board, and our pillars. I think will have a minimum impact. It's a modest house to begin with, so I have no issues. I'm glad you made changes in the front entryway, which now becomes a little more conforming, and there's more of a linear scale within regards to the house. I think you did a great job, and appreciate you taking the time to do so.
Thank you.
Nope, I concur.
Did you do this with the deck? Or is it not a deck? In the back?
The depth of the deck is more, Julia, than
Oh, yeah,
anything
it's
else.
like
It's
4
nothing.
feet.
4 feet?
4 feet.
4 feet.
Okay.
We're lucky if we could get a chair on there.
Yeah, no, I don't think you can actually comfortably.
Slim chair.
Right, a slim chair so you can face the wall.
Stool, maybe. It's not for wild parties, if that's...
Are we ready to vote on this or not? Do I have a motion to approve?
Did you,
Well, I guess-
okay.
Anyone from the public have anything to say about this first? No one.
Okay, then I move that we approve the application of 131 Herrick Road LLC to construct a 2-story single-family dwelling with detached garage as presented.
I second that.
Aye.
I'm an A.
Nay.
Aye.
Aye.
Passes 3-2.
Thank you.
Next, Madison Avenue Capital Partners, 1323 Meadow Lane, construct 2-story single-family dwelling with attached garage. Please state your name.
Good afternoon, Mayron, McDonough Conway Architects. The applicant is requesting an adjournment. A typo might have been applied to my project.
I'm sorry.
We're
you're-
requesting an adjournment.
Yes, sir.
We're making modifications to the front elevation, so
Okay.
we would like to come back for the next meeting.
We have a motion to,
I make a motion that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn the application for Madison Avenue Capital Partners.
so you'll be coming back January
Second.
14th?
Correct.
Aye.
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 Okay, requested adjournment. See you then.
Thank you.
Next, 126 Pelletreau Street LLC, 126 Pelletreau Street. Construct two-story single-family dwelling and detached garage. Is that you?
Good evening again.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Mayron, McDonough Conway Architects.
Mayron. All over the
Yes.
place. This is from that
All over
other-
the place, yes.
Sorry, and this was too. You don't need that. Throw that away. Sorry, 1 second while we throw out some
Sure.
stuff. Let's try to get organized. Terribly sorry.
Beyond the
Are
renderings.
these new plans?
Yes, new plans and new renderings as per the board's last comments.
So
in the
were they
last
just
meeting.
being put in tonight? This is just pictures. Oh, thanks.
And we have plans also.
So this is, are there two stamped copies of these plans?
We have two stamp copies of the
Do you have,
renderings.
do you have the plans? We do? Okay. I don't see them, but that's all right.
Changes that the board requested or commented on were the gable ends. And as you see in the new renderings, they're all eliminated. We added,
I see them too.
Yeah,
Can you
here.
put, here. Whoa. Can you open, just tear it apart and put those on first, so everybody can see what we're talking about? And here's a, do you need plans?
I think renderings would be added. All right. I think, all right, so the gable end vents were, we did away with those, and we added some corbels and very minor details. We also, the main major change was we got rid of the shed roof in the front, and also, then another comment was the second floor balcony. We have closed one side of the balcony and we left an opening facing the rear yard. And those were, and there was also two columns on the side entry that we got rid of, and we added brackets, sort of architectural decorative brackets in lieu of the columns. Pretty much all the comments that the board had in the last meeting. And the balcony, I think it was the big one.
Just to make sure I'm seeing this correctly, in the gables, in the front and the rear,
Right.
the top, let's say 5 feet of it comes
Right.
out about
Comes
10
out,
inches
we
or
added the
so.
corbels underneath. When you get rid of the gable ends, it looks very black. In order to sort of beautify it, we added that little projection. It's about 10 inches with some corbels.
So the fascia board under the eave comes up at the angle and then cuts across to support the corbels?
Yes.
Okay.
Otherwise, it would be very blank.
no thought about getting a window into the east side on the south?
Put in, it's all the kitchen. We pretty much addressed everything you had mentioned last time.
Is there a landscaping plan?
There was a landscaping plan, and I believe you do have a copy of it in the folder. Has not changed since the last meeting.
But it hasn't changed since, oh. I feel like this has been responsive.
I just, because I'm seeing it for the first, the stone that you're using for the chimney, is that the same stone that's being used in the front steps as well as the rear?
I'm sorry,
The
Mr.
stone is being used for the chimneys.
Yes.
The same stone is being replicated in the front steps as well as the back or rear deck.
Stone for the chimney, yes, correct.
It's the same.
Same thing,
And what type
yes.
of stone is being used?
Yes, it is.
What type? What is the type of stone that's being used?
The type of stone, it's pretty much what the picture shows. It would be a sort of a cultured stone, which would be that look. I don't think it's going to be a real stone. It would be a cultured stone that shows that texture.
Oh, these are not real stones. They're veneers.
Stone veneers.
Okay, gotcha.
Correct.
A stone veneer made out of stone or plastic?
It's not plastic.
Not plastic.
That's what I call it, but we have fake stone on the
It's
police
cultured stone.
department. It's real stone?
It is real stone, but
Okay.
it's
I know
applied in
what-
it.
Yeah, it's been messed with. Okay. Is the chimney way too tall?
It shows it here.
Let's see.
That's the front.
Oh, yeah, the rear.
How about the black garage door? I have an issue with that. Is there a reason why it's black?
Because all the windows are black, man.
Well, I get that the windows are black, but I don't think a black garage door is bringing anything to the party here. I've never, has anyone seen a black garage door?
I've thought about it.
Oh, I hadn't either until tonight.
Especially considering the focal points at the front.
What would you prefer, though?
A white garage door,
You can made
just
it.
like
I
that
can.
house.
Yes, we could do that.
Okay.
Not an issue.
Well, that would be helpful. I don't mind the other black, the windows and the,
Let's do it.
but I wouldn't want to highlight the
reasonable.
garage, which faces the street, the door.
We can
It's
change it
not the
to-
street, though, it's a flat. What about, where's this outside? The neighbors, are the neighbors here? No. Did you read this?
I did. I think there's a risk that if that garage door were white, it would have the effect of making that garage look larger.
I don't
being
care.
more visible.
I've never seen a black garage door. I don't think it's appropriate. How about that? So you can go for it or not, but I'm sorry, I don't think it helps. In the picture, I think it looks better than it would in real life. Because nothing looks like this. This is like either polarized or with Disney did it. This is not reality. I get it, it's helpful, but it's not for real. It's a big black door.
We could change the color to a white garage door if the board would accept that.
Well,
I understand
obviously, there's
it's facing the
disagreement
street.
among the board. How about everybody else?
There's disagreement. You just said your objective was that it looked very big. I think a white door would make the whole form look larger.
Looks a little...
That's all I was saying.
Yeah.
I would prefer a black door, to be honest with you.
That's...
Setback far enough where I think it,
I agree with you, and I agree with Mr.
focal
Coker.
point shouldn't be the garage.
Right, that's why it shouldn't be black in my book, but we have a disagreement. How about you? Jeff?
I'm indifferent, it's a garage door.
Oh, it's pretty big.
I know, I'm sorry to be so blasé, but
Also
I...
a coat of paint, it can be repainted without
Yes.
Yeah, and
an application.
I'm having a hard time visualizing. If it was
Yeah,
all
well-
white, I think it would look big. I mean,
Okay.
To be honest with you, there's nothing to stop the applicant after the
Well,
CFO is issued to paint it
Same
black.
one, isn't it?
Right.
Yes.
Or gray.
That's why I asked if there was the
If it
neighborhood
was
here.
Historic
Right.
district.
If it was gray, would we object? I don't think so. And we can't
Be a gallon of
dictate.
paint, pretty much.
I'm sorry?
It would be 1 gallon of paint. pretty much.
This is a different person,
No,
this is the same.
Exactly. So,
So we have, are these emails from the neighbors?
yeah.
Did you read these?
Yeah, they were objecting to privacy issues related to the deck, which the applicant seems to have taken care of.
We have closed off
That deck,
the
yeah.
side facing the neighbors.
Okay.
We had some concerns with the outdoor shower, right?
Yes, the outdoor shower close to our porch will draw noise and should be by the pool house. Do we
Noisy
have,
shower.
where is it?
Drips.
Outdoor shower, I don't think it's a part of the application anyway.
Okay, I'm not that concerned about the outdoor shower. So I don't think you spend that much time in it. Okay, well, should we have, are people,
I don't even see an outdoor shower on the plan.
No.
well, do we have the, I'm gonna spend all night
Well,
looking
an
for an
outdoor
outdoor
shower,
shower?
it's
Come on,
application.
seems silly.
No, right.
I'm willing to believe that the outdoor shower is not an issue. How's that? Anyone else think it's the least of our issues?
Even if there were one, I agree.
Yeah, okay. Are you ready to vote? Does anyone have any more questions or comments?
Any public comment?
I asked for, is there any public comment on this application?
So I'll make a motion that we approve the application of 126 Pelletreau Street, LLC.
Second that.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
And,
Aye.
Thank you very much.
You were an aye?
yeah.
Okay. Approved.
Thank you. And the previous case goes to January 14th.
Correct.
The
I
next,
have to re-advertise, or,
no, you already advertised it.
thank you very much.
Would you mind collecting those and handing them?
Absolutely.
Give him the...
Stamped copies. You can give them back some of the other copies.
Well, you keep those and we'll keep these.
Oh, okay, good. You can keep those, actually. That's a great...
Are they stamped?
That's why you get the new...
Are there two
I'm gonna
stamped
get another-
copies
I'm
of
gonna
the
get another
plans?
Education.
Okay, well, we need two stamped copies of the plans in the folder. This is, you're giving me your, oh, here, this is stamped. Here's a stamp.
Here's the stamp.
Do you have two? Okay. Next application, 98 Powell LLC, 98 Powell Avenue, construct one- and two-story additions to dwelling and attached garage. That's a big file. Here, this goes with it too, huh? We need,
There might be more than one copy there. Is there only one copy?
It's just one copy.
one copy of what?
You have four in the file that we
They
left
just
last
said,
time.
they just said they didn't have a copy of it.
It was stamped last time, the four copies that we left you. Yeah,
Yes, there are. Okay. There are. Okay. Let's take that.
For Rob. Your name for the record,
give it down.
could you spell your last name, please?
Bidal.
Thank you. Okay, proceed.
There is an existing house on the property that has a small appendage that was created a while ago for a kitchen, and I personally fought with the client to keep the old building because it's very nice. It was built probably 100 years ago, and it has nice quality in it. And instead of leveling everything, I wanted to create a small charade where when you enter, you don't see anything contemporary. And on the opposite, when you arrive in the building, you discover a totally new world. And you arrive in a gigantic room overlooking the garden, which is completely contemporary.
Zach, is it 100 years old?
No, this is not a contributor.
Okay.
No. It has the look,
It walks the walk.
Yeah.
Okay.
but it's not.
Okay. It's cute.
Yeah, the scale is charming.
No, the old structure is charming.
It's a little bit difficult to understand how this property works, looking at things on paper. Could you walk us through maybe a floor plan and describe what's going on as we go through the floor plan? Whatever the easiest way, because it's hard to capture all of these elevations.
I don't have a floor plan with me, so if I could get one.
We're not doing the inside.
I know, so we don't need to focus on the inside, but if you could use that as a way of saying at this point, it's
No,
one
I'd be
story
happy
or
to
two
do that.
stories?
Sure.
Guys, what they're doing. Especially,
Yes, it's easier on this to explain to you. This is the existing structure. Powell Avenue is over here. So the idea is to keep that as a buffer because there's also a problem on Powell Avenue, which is kind of a noisy street. So in order to create a real nice master bathroom and bedroom, here a nice master suite, we wanted to make it far away from the road and buffered by a bathroom and this building so that we don't have any noise. And I wanted to create a small area here that defined the entry to lead to the garage on one side, to the old building on the other side, where there is basically rooms that are not really bedrooms or whatever. There's a powder room existing, and it would be used as a den and a library. And create on the left side, when you walk in, a corridor that would first lead to a private garden in order to create a sequence, and then you have a very, very large open living, dining, kitchen that opens to the patio, which exists today, and the patio is quite good looking. Has a nice the swimming pool, beautiful trees. It's totally lined with privet all around it. It's really a very nice backyard. So the idea was really to create sequences so that the master bedroom would have its private little world, a little bit different, and you make the change. And upstairs, we're creating a second master that would have the view to the pool and the garden, and in the back would have the dressing room, bathroom, or, suite.
Would you mind turning to A06? Because having gone through that, it might be helpful to look at the west elevation. Just trying to understand the forms as they build and change going backwards.
No problem.
this is the
This is the old building.
Yes.
This is the new building, and that's in the back, what would be on top of the garage. And again, we wanted to keep the look of that building to make sure that from the street we have this environment that looks like a traditional building, and to create this event when you get in to have something completely different.
So the main building is gray cedar, correct?
Yeah.
The rear is going to be a natural horizontal siding or cedar or gravel. Going back to a gray. So you're having this change in coloring as the stage of, and then you're going to a concrete or...
Yeah, the front building to the patio is in concrete. The back building is in gray shingle as it exists today. And the master suite would be lined with cedar, but we'll dye it to be close to the color of the concrete, to really make what's new and what's old identified in the...
So there are going to be textures shifting as well as material shifting as you go to...
As you go in, you start to go in a modern world.
Yes.
Wow.
That's
I think it could work. It could also maybe not work. The thing that I think is throwing some people off, the second story with the shingles on it is new construction, but you're going to shingle that sticking up above the concrete so that it looks like so that it echoes the form and the materials from the original building.
Exactly.
It's only that second story portion that's going to be shingled and trimmed.
Exactly.
Okay.
The base would be lined with cedar, and the doors of the garage are going to be completely invisible with the same cedar.
We could put those on the last one, Susan, the invisible garage.
Yeah. Have you seen that black one? Well, I find it, I've tried to figure this out. It's very confusing to me. So on the elevation close,
Can I'm also involved in this, Jeffrey Gibbons, architect. I think the idea was there was this house there and they couldn't do anything with it, and they put the pool in, and it's far back on the property. So the idea was to keep everything from the street looking like a traditional neighborhood house. That's why the garage has the gable roof. That's why the visible part on the second floor is shingled. And that you wouldn't see any of the rest of the stuff unless you got into the backyard or the side yard, west side yard.
It's not visible from the street at all. No, I went over there. I mean,
Yeah, all you see is,
you couldn't get in.
you see here.
Yeah, that's what you would see from the street.
Well, wouldn't you also see part of the modern construction as well off to the side?
It's all one story. It's all one story.
You'd see some of that portion with the cedar slats.
Exactly, yeah.
And on the rendering, it looks like you're proposed to grow something on that, make it a living wall?
What? No, that's the privets that are far in the back.
Okay.
Which, by the way, I don't object to. I was just clarifying what the perspective was.
Now, it's hard to read that. It doesn't look that it's so far.
To Rob's point, it could work. I think it can, and I think it does. I think it's an interesting integration, for the alliteration, of historic and contemporary design, and I think what you're trying to create, the way you described it, it's a very effective means to do what you're seeking to do.
I thought on that street you needed to create something a little bit special, better than going to do something like any other street in Southampton. You have to create an intrigue so that it becomes interesting.
it is noisy, I think, going backwards, and that's how the lot goes, right?
Yeah, it's a long, narrow lot.
Can you point out the garage doors on the renderings? Okay. So they will face the road, but behind those slats.
Exactly. It's exactly the same material that is, that the siding of the building.
The connector.
So it would be a reveal that is going to be half an inch, and that's it.
I mean, you don't have to necessarily add modern to it, but I think it's a small house. And to try to, and it is old. I mean, it's, I don't know. I don't think there's any historic district on Powell Avenue anyway, so nobody cares about any of the house, or seems to care about the house.
It is sweet, that little house.
It's trying to make it interesting.
It's been there for a long time, and it just seems like to rip down all of the old houses.
I think it's commendable to leave the street facade sort of funky old, a simple...
Right.
A simple house on Powell Avenue, I get that. The new project is sort of a conundrum to me, but I'm not disliking it completely. It is quite hard to read on these.
To me, it's going to be very important how the slats on the garage door weather, because should it begin to blend in with what's above it, I think you compromise the sense of floating or separation that you want. So I just make that comment that the way it's rendered in the lower right, Charlie, on the table here, to me, if it stays that way, is very interesting. Then the doors somewhat disappear visually, and you see the form above, and I think that's successful.
We're going to use a treated cedar to make sure that we control the coloration of it. Otherwise, you can't control it.
I think that could be important. I think you could lose what you're trying to achieve if they began to blend in color and weather the same way. I was prepared to not like this application, and I actually do like it. Because I didn't understand it, not because of anything wrong. I didn't fully understand it. I appreciate the explanation.
Well, thank you for explaining it so well.
I tried.
I like it.
Thank you.
Is there anyone from the public who would like to talk about this? Any neighbors? Anyone in the neighborhood who wants to discuss it?
So I move that, unless there are no further comments, I move that we approve the application of 98 Powell LLC to construct 1- and 2-story additions to dwelling and attached garage as presented.
Second. Aye.
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 Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Good luck with this.
Invite us over.
Yeah. So a drink over there. So this is the stamp one. Here we go. You can get rid of some of the other ones if you like. We need 2 stamps. Is that stamp?
We can give you a couple.
Here are the 2 stamps. Here's another one.
Here's 2 signed.
Stamped. They're not signed.
2 stamped.
Next.
2 stamped.
Next is Eric Raymond at 50 Corrigan Street.
Construct 1-story addition and exterior alterations to existing dwelling. I don't know that. Posting and mailing, did we do this already? No, this is new.
Pass that down, we only have 2.
We need to.
We're sharing.
Sharing on 3.
We do have the affidavit, so we're proceeding already.
This is the one with the blip. Your name for the record?
Natalia Rida. Natalia Rida. I gave it to her.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, so this is a very small project. We're just asking for the mud room where we have an existing deck already, and we just want to enclose that this area here. So, and turn to a mud room and keep the exterior walls and roof as existing, to match the existing house.
Oh, here it is. So, could you explain the little roof on the south, that I can see to the left of the south elevation? I guess I could go to the, it is, I believe, the addition where you have your mudroom. And you have this west elevation. It's this little, it's such an angularly well-composed house, and then I feel like you have a kind of broken angle for your addition for the roof of the mudroom, which I think kind of spoils it. It's weird.
Well, we tried to do the other side, but we have a dormer here, so it's not, we were not able to do the roof on that side because of the heights. So that's the only option we have for the
Is there no other way?
Angles. So
Yeah.
you have it's more like hips on the side, right?
Yes. There is no other option. We tried.
Just for the sake of clarity, I think the elevations are mislabeled.
No, I changed it and I.
Okay, but this,
Have
where the
that.
front door is, faces north, yeah, not west. The new door that you're proposing faces, when you're on Corrigan Street, it's the left side of the building, right?
Yeah, here's the side plan.
Yeah. Just so we know what we're looking at.
Okay. So yeah, the front door of the house, it's here. It's in the south. The front door of the house.
Front door faces west, and the new door faces north.
Okay.
Corrigan runs north-south.
This is the front door of the mudroom.
It's mudroom.
So where's the front door? It's completely different.
The front door is this one on the south. It's labeled south there.
Is it labeled is existing front
We had this
elevation?
once before.
Yes, the existing south elevation.
That's the
the
west.
front door.
Here.
Yeah, I'm asking for
It's
the.
not good. It's good.
The front door is the arched door.
Yes,
And it
okay.
faces west,
It says
toward
south.
toward the street.
Here, existing and proposed. So I think it's sad that, you know, it's so angular and clean, and then they have, I understand why they want a mudroom, is so I'm of two minds. But I do like, I like this. It's unfortunate.
Under your proposed east elevation, second story dormer, it just has get more detail because
Okay.
it looks very incomplete.
Okay, so here in the east elevation, we are adding windows in the new in the dining room because we closed the opposite wall
Yeah.
where was the existing windows. So we just moved to the other wall.
Okay.
And then also we are adding windows here in the living room to look at the pool.
So the only thing that's changing really is the first story windows.
Yes,
Thank you.
nothing in
And
the second
this
floor.
is changing.
And that's true.
And that's changing,
The mud room.
which is
I
too
think the house is so quirky to begin with. That's the
kind
least
of
of its.
a great house, I think. Anyone else?
Can you just describe a little bit, I know it's less visible, but the way the roof goes in, so let me find the right elevation.
I think it's the west,
Yeah, it's going to be called the west elevation.
maybe.
So over the new door there,
Okay.
First of all, that projection is quite large on the roof, but out over the steps. But when it goes up and meets the window, the existing dormer there, what are we seeing exactly? How is there going to be a well to the bottom of that window cut into that shed roof?
Yeah, well, the roof is already existing, this one, so we're just going to attach to the roof.
But how does the window relate to the new roof? That's what I'm not understanding.
We're going to have a well there.
A little well there?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. All right.
It's not showing there, sorry.
I don't have it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Nope. Anyone from the public have any comments on 50 Corrigan Street, Raymond residence? Are you satisfied?
Yeah.
Motion to approve?
I make a motion that we approve the application of Eric Raymond at 50 Corrigan Street to construct a one-story addition and exterior alteration.
Thank you.
Aye.
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 Okay, great. Yep, there's one stamp plan. Oh, there are only two of them anyway. Okay, well, that solves our problem. Checking that out.
The issue is that north is wrong on the site plan. North, you have
Something
north
is
facing east.
extremely
So if you could just-
confusing.
Would you mind correcting that and getting?
And initial it and just bring it back to Julie.
Yeah, you can initial these.
We need the ones
Wait.
right now.
Are you a licensed architect? Okay, yeah, you can make the change.
Just go in the hallway, there's a table, sort of pretty toward the front door, and just come back and give it to Julie. Next, Vol Davis and James Corbett, 14 Pulaski Avenue. Construct second floor addition due to roof alterations. Before we get started, or when you get ready,
Pictures of the existing house. Small copies of the small copies of the plans. The first 2 pages are not filed. The first 2 pages are the existing condition of the house. I just put it in because I think it's easier for you to see what's being changed. So the second 2 pages are the proposed. The first 2 pages are existing.
can I just ask you a strange question? This house appears to be built right up to the sidewalk.
It's been...
You notice that?
Yeah.
How is that?
I don't know.
I've never seen that here. You know, it's
an old house.
How old?
I have no idea.
That's what I thought, the reason it was up so close to the sidewalk. Because as Zach pointed out, there probably wasn't a sidewalk then.
That's what I'm thinking of, the
But
sidewalk.
it really is right up there.
On the side.
Yes, just tiny bit of dirt and then it's sidewalk about
I didn't
this
see any
much.
dirt at the front of that house.
Right in front of the house, there is about this much of
Well, that's
dirt
from
where
the-
I put my sign. Because that was the only place I can put my sign now. It's like about this much of a dirt.
So, and my other question before you start is, due to roof alterations, the construct second floor addition due to roof alterations, what does that mean? Are you're changing the roof and you're adding?
I'm changing the roof and then because changing the roof, it had a little bit addition to it.
Okay,
I'm
great.
going to explain. That's why I put it existing in the ground. so it's easier for me to explain.
Okay, go ahead. Please state your name, though.
Susan, can I just ask Zach a question? Because of the house being constructed, finding it as it is, I mean, could it be like an old barn or something like that, or
It's
do
an
you
old
think?
something.
Yeah, it looks sort of like an old barn. But, I mean, it's got no architectural integrity and it's been very much altered.
Okay, yeah, it has a giant picture window that's right out on the sidewalk there.
It's like a face.
It's existing, yes.
Well, that wasn't. That must be, I don't know who's done what there, but it's...
I don't know who did it.
Okay, don't worry. All right, go ahead. Did you say your name for the record?
My name is Siyu Liu. I'm the architect for this project. So this is the first floor, existing first floor. There is a kitchen here and the existing living dining area. And second floor, there is a bathroom here. And the first floor, the walls is around here, which is line up here. The roof is a very shallow roof, start from here, pitch up. That's why only in the middle you can use, because the ceiling is very low here and here. So if you look at the second page, you can see the part that we are talking about is right here.
Right, I actually could see that when I went there.
It's a very low ceiling, and so only in the middle has a bathroom. So the way we are doing it is we're gonna raise the roof to match the other roof.
So then it's kind of like a long train car, yes?
And then we will be able to have the bathrooms they want. They have, so now they can have 2 bathrooms, one would be a master bathroom. So the house is very small, they have like 3 bedrooms and one bathroom in the hallway, and they really want a master bathroom, so that's how we can achieve the goal. And the if you see the existing roof that's in the back right now, it is pretty
shallow,
pretty weird looking. Like if you look at the pictures I enclosed. So the solution is, quite simple. Just raise the roof, and then we have what we needed. And of course, there are some minor changes to the facade on the side that we add another door and add a couple windows and make the kitchen window a little bit bigger so you can see. Oops, sorry. You can see the differences.
Is that on the building plan? Does it say all these things? That wasn't the description that was read out. So on the building permit, there's no notation about, are you changing the windows? Are you adding windows?
We're adding a pair of doors, and we changed the kitchen windows. That's all.
If you go to the proposed, if you flip back to the western elevation, you actually added a pair of windows on the second floor.
The second floor, yes.
Second floor, you added a pair of windows, and then on the portion, which is the addition, they're matching double windows. On the first story itself, what they did is they took the kitchen kitchen windows, you see? They just increase.
Right, it's not written on the building permit, that's all I'm saying, which is a problem. So, how does that work, Bo?
I mean, it's not...
Does it say alterations, or?
No. I mean, it says, I'll read you what it says.
It's always helpful.
Raised roof at back of house, match pitch of existing roof, gain an extra bathroom. So I guess the it's okay?
I think it needs to be that text.
All right, the bathroom, I guess, would have a window, but the downstairs, I mean, I don't think it's a big deal, but I just legally want to know, is that
But they're
okay?
also,
Okay, here,
it's helpful if the plans would call out new windows and doors. That's because there are some new windows and doors on the first floor as well, even in areas that aren't otherwise being altered. But the existing versus proposed helps,
Yeah.
to show that as well.
I know it's confusing if you not really
yeah.
seen.
And when you're
but
doing
I-
this the next time, which I know you'll be doing, to put them on the same page would be really helpful.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, please.
I'm looking
Okay,
at you.
thank you.
This is the first time I'm doing this. I
Okay,
can see you're
so I know
struggling a
you're a
little.
fast learner, so next time we could have the proposed and the existing on the same page, so we're not
You're not
flipping them or
confused.
opening them. Besides,
Just a little detail, and it's just comments when doing this. You have a front door that has looks like just a
panel.
doorway in the middle of nowhere. There's no steps leading up to the doorway. It's just literally floating there, both on the south elevation as well as the east elevation. Then the window on the east elevation, which kind of cuts right into your pillars. Just details like that. I mean,
Yep,
see?
I'll make it clearer next time.
well, you see a
Yeah,
floating door?
Yeah, I guess I was a little lazy because it was existing. Sorry about it.
All right, I don't really have a problem with what she's going to do. Do you? Does anyone?
Nope.
Anyone from the,
I had one comment.
Yes.
Because you mentioned, bringing this all back. I'm just wondering, in the part of the roof that you're, in the basically addition, the new part that you're making from 1.5 story to a full 2-story, if you look at the south elevation away from the street, the roof line on the west side, so I'm looking at A2 in the upper right corner. Yes, is that right? Yeah. On the west side of the house, you're keeping that roof line about 2 feet below the other one to distinguish it, right? You see what I'm saying? Next to where the chimney is, the new roof you're building is lower than the existing roof by about 2 feet.
oh, for both.
Am I not describing it correctly?
This is the same plate height as the existing.
Zach, do you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think he's talking about this roof, which has
Yes.
been raised up.
But
The
it's
pitch
still-
of this is what, about a foot below the existing front?
Because the house is wider here, but narrower here.
Okay. I think, but what Susan said about it being the train, I would love to see if there's a way for you to bring the roof line down on the right and make that new form nest into the back of the old form, as opposed to continuing the roof line on the east side. That is a very long roof line. It might help break up the form a little bit to have that. Is there any way to bring that roof line down on the east side? I know that means bringing a wall in probably.
Probably not, because the house is so small.
It is tiny.
It's too tiny for me to tell them to sacrifice
As it goes.
an inch. And also, the roof is very low because it's an old house. It's like a 7'6" to start with, so I have no place to lower them either.
But Zach, it's not considered, I mean, this is obviously what we're talking about, is low ceilings, and it's not as, it's been chopped up, okay. I could take your word for it, but it is worrisome, the fact that it's right up by the street and then it has this very low roof in the back.
In this picture, this is that back section now?
This part, we only extend this part of it, but not of the bottom part.
The bottom part stays. This part stays. This part stays. Because the low roof right now starts from here, and I'm only raising this portion, and, I'm sorry, the
So
low
Rob, I
roof
think
starts from
that
out.
answers that back shed roofed extension.
It still
remains.
stays, yes,
And that expands out beyond the side walls.
yes,
So that breaks up
That creates the angle.
a little bit.
a little
No
bit.
one's back there.
It's the back of the house. So this part is the lower roof still.
So on the
Only
first
this
floor, the
part is
back
raised a little.
expands, breaks up.
I'm just looking at, on the proposed east elevation, you have an unbroken eave line of about 70 feet maybe, which is unbroken. I think that's part of the train, you mentioned the train crossers, and I think that's part of why it feels that way.
It really isn't a very big house, though, and it sits
Right.
sideways on the lot. No one's back there. I think it's kind of a cool place, I have to say. I liked it. I don't remember ever being on that street. Anyway, is there anyone from the public or neighbors who would like to comment on this application? No? All right, is everyone satisfied to vote? And do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve, what is this?
It's number 5, Eric Raymond.
No,
it's
number
Paul
6.
Davis and James
That
Corbett.
we approve the application on 14 Pulaski Avenue of Paul Davis and James Corbett.
Thank you.
Second.
Aye.
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 Thank you.
All righty. Next, Jason and Salon Brigham, 50 Meadowgrass Lane, construct second floor addition and construct accessory pool house.
Here they are.
Yeah, she just,
Good evening, I'm Peter Wilson, architect for the Brigham family, 15 Meadowgrass in Southampton Village. I don't know if most of you are familiar with this. This is it's a relatively new subdivision in Southampton Village. It's behind Route 39 and Hampton Road. Mostly tract type homes, repeated. There are several of this house built in this neighborhood. My client wishes to add a 4th bedroom to the 2nd floor over the garage, existing garage. That's here. In addition to that, we're going to remove an existing greenhouse structure here and replace it with something similar in kind, the same size. That's in the rear, and then we have a new pool storage structure going in the back of the pool.
this has changed.
Do you have any elevations of the existing house? Just the existing house?
They should be included in there. I may not have included them. I usually just use the, no, I'm sorry, I don't think I did. I thought I put those in your package, but if they're not there, that's my oversight. I believe you have photographs.
I didn't see photographs of it.
Yeah, I submitted photographs of the house.
Oh, here's some photographs.
These are the 2 floor plans. This is the greenhouse structure, which we're going to keep as a sunroom, breakfast room in the rear on the ground floor. And this is the 2nd floor bathroom, bedroom addition over the existing garage. The only thing that's going to be visible here from the street is a portion of the 2nd floor bathroom. If you go to the front elevation, we're adding a new dormer on the front to accommodate the bathroom. Everything else is either in the rear or on the side, which can't really be seen from the street at all.
We still have to look at it.
Pardon?
We still have to look at it. Right?
Have to look at it.
I mean, we still need to see elevations of everything. Am I wrong on that?
I'm sorry, I misunderstand what you're saying. You have to go out and look at the building? Or?
We need to see what changes are happening in all
That's what I'm
elevations.
trying to explain to you, because there's only one major change that impacts the image of the house. That's on the side elevation and partially on the front elevation here.
Are the changes marked on these plans?
Pardon me?
Are all of the changes to the building marked on these plans?
Yes.
Okay, well, you're going to have to take us through every one of them then. I mean, I find this,
I think it's pretty clear and pretty simple. If you go back to the site plan, I can walk you through that again. On the main house, second floor addition, which is cross-hatched and clearly marked. Bedroom and bath on the existing second floor. On the first floor, we're removing an existing greenhouse structure and replacing it with a conventional roof structure. Detached and behind the pool is the pool house structure. These are the existing floor plans, which are here for demolition purposes and existing section through the house. And I apologize for not bringing the existing conditions drawings.
And there's a skylight going into that sort of connector roof on the back.
That's correct. If you look at the rear elevation, we're adding a skylight between that's in the existing roof, by the way, and that's to get more light for the living room and kitchen area.
and these chimneys,
Directly below that is the new sunroom, which is going to have a conventional roof on it. Right now, it has a glass roof.
So that's the greenhouse that's being replaced with?
Yeah, it's a greenhouse configuration now. We're making it a little bit more functional, a little bit less difficult in terms of sun. Putting a sliding door in it to permit. The elevation directly above that is the elevation you can see where we're adding the second floor addition. That's the side elevation. And we're slightly extending the existing wood chimney to meet code.
those wood chimneys, there's no way to make those brick.
So that neighborhood has wood chimneys.
They all have
I know, well, now he's extending it. All right.
It would look odd
It's just
if he...
unfortunate.
Well, we have to do that in order to meet code.
I get it.
The elevation of the bedroom addition in the rear is set up with the same kind of little bay window to match the other side of the house. And this part of it is all existing.
These additions are modest. Extremely modest.
Yeah, it's very minor, and the only part that you can see from the street is the little...
Well, I'm happy that you're not tearing it down and knocking up something
huge
out of keeping.
If you'd like to look at the pool house for a second, I can review that with you.
The house is still very modest.
This is
in a modest community.
This is being built primarily for storage use during the wintertime and for the children's little playroom toward the front of the porch, right off the pool. And it is going to have a high crawl space to permit more storage. They didn't want to use their garage for storage. They want to keep their car in it. And these houses all are slab on grade. There are no cellars underneath them. So this was designed to maximize the storage. And the hip roofs were selected here because at the time, it was my understanding that we had a pyramid law requirement here. And it's, as it turns out, that subdivision does not have pyramid law, which was a big surprise to me. But nonetheless, we decided to keep this look because it minimizes the bulk in the backyard.
I'm happy he's not tearing it down and building up something bigger.
Oh, there is. All right. Any comments from the public, neighbors?
What's the material?
You'll have to come forward. I'm terribly sorry.
All the materials that are being used on it are matching the existing, which is a combination of clapboard and shingle, wood shingle. The roofing will be the same. It's a black roof. All the trim work all the windows, everything will be designed to match exactly what the existing house has now.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Great. Anyone else?
Make a motion that we approve the application of Jason and Sarah and Brigham at 15 Meadowgrass Lane.
Second.
Aye.
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 Aye. Only need 2 stamps. Next application, Henry and Bernadette Watkins, 44 Halsey Neck Lane. Construct 1- and 2-story additions with exterior alterations.
Diane Harold, I'm the architect for the project, and with me is Bernadette Watkins, the owner of the property. Oh, we're going to
Did I posting and mailing here?
I have photographs that I just handed you. Did I hand you the photographs?
Don't seem to have an affidavit of mailing.
Is there?
I don't see one. Do you have an affidavit of mailing?
We have, it's a affidavit of mailing.
Did Henry send in the affidavit of mail? He did, yes.
The affidavit of posting, but
I just
not
brought
the
that.
affidavit of mailing.
It was done, we can get that for you.
We can't, we have no jurisdiction unless you can produce that tonight.
Oh, you don't have that, do you?
Just a one piece of, it looks like the same, it's just like
No,
that.
she knows what it looks like.
I do have that.
The owner did it. Well, don't even open up then, because we don't have it. Just give us everything back. Well, we don't want to hold everybody up, we'll just,
Well, we can hold you, why don't you go look for it and we'll do the next application and then if we find.
that would be fine, thank you very much.
That's now, so let's put all this back,
Take everything back.
okay?
I apologize, I wasn't a part of that.
Okay. Working fine, okay. Okay, so that application is being held out. Another call. Next, Seesaw 68 LLC, 68 Pheasant Lane. Construct 1- and 2-story additions to existing dwelling, rebuild garage, addition to existing cabana.
Okay.
Handed in some photographs.
Would like those back?
The old house.
To see if it's in there.
Yeah, it does.
Those are the ones, because I want to put those next to the...
Sorry. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. State your names,
William
please.
Schultz, architect, representing Seastar 68 LLC. I'd like to hand these out.
We'll do the presentation, but this, there was a house that you guys approved a year ago. It's fairly substantial. Clients approached me about a year ago, and after your approval, and we started looking at it again, and the decision was to try to rebuild what was there and not tear the house down.
Oh.
And we did a study of it, and we're making some modifications to the pool house and the main house. And you're up.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to go through the set. The first 2 pages of the set are show the existing landscaping on the property, which is mature, and it points out what's there in terms of the perimeter of the property and the trees that are on the property. The third page is a Google Earth view of the property from the south side, and if you go into the next two sheets, which are renderings of the front and the rear of the property, the best way to describe or to explain the additions that we're doing to the house are if you put the Google Earth image and the rear south rendering together. So briefly, as Heb said, this house was to be demolished, and we decided to keep it. The main frame of the house is to remain. So the height of the house and the bulk of the main frame is to remain. Most of the additions are being done to the east of that, which is this area here, which is a dining room and a family room kitchen and a back hallway with a stair to the rear stair to the second floor. If you go to the west, this addition is here. It's a library, and this is a guest wing on the house, which is an existing two-bedroom guest wing. There is also in the front of the house an existing two-car garage, which we're pulling forward and making into a three-car garage, which is here, which is at the front of the property. This rendering shows the front of the house, the approach. It's a flag lot, and you approach on the garage side, and so the garage would be here. It's screened by a tree that's there. There are two large trees in front of the house, which basically frame the main volume of the house, which is the Georgia part, and those are to remain. So the front is fairly well screened, and the back also has a fairly large tree, which is to remain in place, which is between where we're doing the additions and where the existing mainframe is. The pool house and the pool are existing, and this wisteria and the arbor that connects it to the house is original and will remain. So that's the good part about keeping this, and that we didn't, and the original proposal that was approved, that was all coming out and being demolished.
You're doing away with the sunroom at the rear?
The sunroom in the rear is being incorporated into the dining room.
Okay, so you're extending the back patio out to be...
Exactly. So and that patio that goes across the back is there. We're just pulling it out a little bit.
Pulling it out further. You're also now matching the rear gables to right in front of the deck or on top of the deck. So it's matching. So you're taking the double gables, you're removing them, and you're adding a single gable.
Yes. This is another rendering from looking from the pool back to the addition that we're doing.
Is there a replacement of the fireplaces? I mean, sorry, for the chimneys?
We're going to match what's existing. There's replacement and new.
I'm sorry?
Yes, it's going to be brick to match the existing, and they are new. We're under in lot coverage and gross floor area, which is on the...
Well, I'm saying that the positioning of the chimneys in the Google view is different from the rendering. So you're showing two in the rear, whereas, so those are being removed. You're adding the two.
How tall, so you've added on substantially on the second floor.
Correct.
How tall is this getting to be?
All the additions we're doing are lower than the original roof.
Oh, really?
The original roof is the main frame, which is there. And that's about it, I think it's 33, or around 30 change. But all of our additions are like 25 feet and 27 feet. Yes, so we're not exceeding the existing height of the house.
Wow, this is quite a project here.
Yeah. Can I hand these out as well? And this is just the last rendering, is just another view of the back porch from the side. It gives you a sense of what it looks like from the ground plane versus from up above, where it tends to look a little bit larger.
Just remind us again how far back this is.
It's 100 feet from the back property line, 100 feet from the front, and 100 feet from the east. The west that has the garage side is the closest side.
It's not seeing any, it's not being seen from any right away or purview.
All right.
This new rendering, is this representative of the detailing of the chimney?
Yeah.
So it's not a sort of a-
Yeah.
And
We're
the
matching.
brick is, you matching the existing chimney?
We're matching the existing chimneys, yeah. Yeah. I think it's a Danish one. This is another rendering. Looking back from the inside the pool house to that arbor that's existing. We took off some of the, it's really covered. You really wouldn't see much of the house. It's a huge wisteria on it, but we took it out so you could see more of the detail of the house. The detailing.
Okay.
But that is the existing, and the lattice work there with the, that's all there.
I think it looks pretty great.
Thank you.
It's big, but it already was big.
It's still 1,000 square feet smaller than what's allowed.
Right, I can read.
I know. That's all right.
Is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on this particular application? No one? How about, okay, board members?
I am fine with this.
Christina's fine with it? Curtis is?
Yep, no objections.
Okay. Rob, okay, motion?
Make a motion that we approve the application of, yes, the application for which one?
Seesaw, 68.
A Seesaw, 68.
LLC.
No wonder you couldn't remember.
Make that motion.
I second it.
Aye.
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 Two.
This one's
Stamped copy.
Thank you.
Thanks, good luck.
stamped copy.
Does anyone else,
You stamped.
do we have two stamped?
We have two stamped of everything he's given us. So
Great.
We're good.
We're good to go. Here's something stamped. So you don't need it?
We got it. We'll let that
Do you want me to take some of those back?
Would you like them? Here you go. Do we have enough? That is,
stamped.
that's not stamped. Oh, yes, it
that's
is.
stamped.
I can't reach you is my problem. Okay. I have to sit in this chair one more time.
Thank you.
Get in that chair. Yeah, it'd be terrible. Where ladies did not come back? What happened with that?
Take care.
Did those women not come back?
They were at the door before. They may still be in the hallway.
Is that Watkins that was out in the hallway? It was, I'm sorry, now I've lost track. Is that? Okay, I got it. So there was no,
There, there.
find it?
The affidavit, the mailing affidavit, we don't have them.
No.
We have to get that from the building department.
So I'd like to thank the board for the time.
Bailey's going to, excuse me, my associate's going to make an affidavit for you.
And notarize it.
Thank you, John. Could you put us
Sure, we'll hold
Mail the documents.
please? Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Who mailed the documents?
She mailed the documents.
Counsel?
Well, she mailed the document, she can fill out the affidavit now.
That's what, if she does. She flew up from Florida. That's not bad. I have a client.
It's just, I didn't create the law, I'm just supposed to, go along with it. Okay, next application, 133 Captain's Neck Lane LLC, 1- and 2-story additions to existing dwelling, construct accessory pool house. Mr. Schultz, you're back.
Yes, William Schultz, architect, representing 133 Captain's Neck LLC. I have some more packets to hand out.
There's, for some reason, are you too far? Okay. Yeah, okay, no, I'm just inquiring.
I believe they're in
It's a cute little house.
Yeah, it was cute before they got onto it. I always think it's gotten a lot more like every other house.
So this house was originally, there was two parcels. There was a property that was next door that was part of this. And I guess it was always split off, but this was sold separately. So my clients who purchased this house, the house, the way it is oriented towards the property next door, the open field. And they would like to sort of change the orientation of the rooms in the inside of the house so it faces their own property in the back. So the idea was to open up the house to the back of their property. There's an addition here, which is a one-story addition, which we're removing so that the dining room then can have a full set of French doors looking out onto the great tree that's in the back. It's a beech tree that's huge. And then the rest, the additions that we needed to make the family room and the kitchen viable are to the north. So on the first floor, I guess we could go to the rendering. This would be the easiest rendering to look at. So the existing house is here. And then this sun porch, or this room here, was an existing sun porch, which we're making into the living room, and we're just cleaning it up, and we're putting the panels on. And then this second floor is the addition, is the master bedroom addition here. So that's the major addition on the south side. And the pool house in the rear, we're adding. The cottage that's in the back of the property is existing, and we're not changing that. This is the rendering from the back. And so this is the existing part in here. Then this is the existing sunroom, and we're adding the bedroom up here on the second floor. And then there's a part in here that we're removing, and then this is the sort of the area on the north side that we're adding, a mudroom, and to develop the kitchen family room area. You can also see on the Google Earth what's existing now. It's very mature landscaping around it as well. Huge tree in the front and huge trees in the back. So it's not really seen from Captain's Neck Lane. The landscaping on the north elevation, on the north property line, is thick. And there's, I think, a photograph of that in the file. On the south side, where it's open to the field next door, when that's developed at some point, that'll be probably filled in along the property line. I think my client was going to put a hedge up in the meantime. But I don't think the property to the south is sold yet, so it's on the market.
It will be.
I think they would like to buy it, actually.
Oh, well, that would be so great, but we'll cross our fingers.
Right.
I think I I sort of love the old ones, but I get it, that you can't have that. I think you did a nice job, and that this is totally fitting to the property and the neighborhood. Anyone?
No objections, it's cute.
Anyone from, it's not so little. Anyone else? Anyone from the,
Will, is there any detailing on the chimneys? I'm focused on those, but they're rendered here as just, they're matching existing, or is there?
Yeah, that's a detailing that's there, but we can, I mean, yeah, no, we're matching what was there. We didn't embellish.
okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve the application 133 Captain's Neck LLC.
Second.
They're all stamped.
Thank you.
Aye.
Aye.
This is stamped.
Aye.
This is stamped. Would you like some of this back, or you stick with it?
Sure, whatever you don't need.
Oh, here. I can't get to him. Okay. So that's approved. Good luck to you, sir. Now we're having a call back, I believe, for Watkins. Henry and Bernadette Watkins, 44 Halsey Neck Lane. We have a handwritten affidavit of sorts that's notarized. And it represents that you did the mailing?
Yes, it does. Yes. I was with my husband when we mailed them.
I thank the board for a slight interruption. Good evening, once again. I'm Diane Harrell, the architect for this project. And with me is the owner, Bernadette Watkins.
We need a moment to get our paper put back out again since we're robbed.
Sorry.
Is there another one? Great, thank you. Another one? What's this? It's not this clear.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. As you can see from the survey, we're doing a substantial improvement to the existing house. The existing house, you might have remembered, is an orange, sort of a Tuscany type of house. We're trying to make this into a family home. The Watkins have 2 children and grandchildren. So we're straightening out most of the house. When you look at the survey, you can see that we're adding on all 3 sides of the house with additions. We're taking it out of a stylized house and making it what we consider a house that's appropriate for the Hamptons and especially for the village. So therefore, you can see this is the front approach. This is the existing front. We're keeping the hipped roofs. We're keeping a stucco finish, but it's going to be white instead of orange. And we're changing the windows from green. We're putting in Marvin simulated divided lights, white. The whole house will be white except for the roof, which will be a black roof.
Black what?
It's going to be timberline, asphalt.
And the white is stucco.
And the white is stucco. We're also doing stucco around the windows, so it's a very traditional look for the Hamptons. You can see around the doorway, we're doing pilasters. We're doing a nice trim around all of the windows with a cap. We have a garage with a white garage door.
Diane, do we know the age of that house and the designer of the house?
Bernadette did some research you want to mention?
We do not know originally it's a 1920s house. Mm-hmm. And we do not know, in the village, we do not have an architect. There was an architect that lived there in the 80s. Mm-hmm. We tried, I did go to the Historic Society and I tried to see if they would have some pictures because I wanted to reproduce what was originally there. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, Mary Cummings did not come up with any photographs. We're still searching.
Yeah. The reason I ask is that the house is particularly distinct, iconic, maybe too strong a word, but now that you mention it dates to the 20s,
yes.
I wonder if in fact there's some connection to a particular architect, design, school of design, or whatever, that might otherwise restrict what can or should be done to the house.
Well, let me just explain.
Well, actually,
the architect that lived in the house drastically changed the house. She added the second floor, and she made the new colors, the new, they're very French-looking windows, they're long. If you look in the photographs, they're big panes. They're not the Southampton double-hung windows, they're casements. So the house has been tremendously modified in the 80s, and therefore we feel that we're actually returning it to what it might have been
In the 20s.
in the 20s.
In 19...
That would be, maybe stylized, that may be the case, but in terms of the mass that's being added, I mean, that would be, I just don't, that logic doesn't hold. It's not saying that I object to it. I'm just concerned that when I look at that house, I see something that is unique, and maybe it's unique for a reason, and maybe it should be and remain unique for a reason. Mary Cummings usually has a trove of architectural history. On the other hand, I don't know, Susan, if that's something you want to assign Zach to look at.
I should just mention the survey was done in 1979, and this house was not included. So at least from a street view, I mean, the surveys did not extensive research projects, but they were certainly a view to what appeared to represent a variety of periods and styles. So this house was not included in that survey in 1979. So some transformation of what had existed earlier had already evidently occurred, perhaps changing the way it appeared from the street to the extent that it no longer looked historical or of a distinct period.
Do you think they would have, these sort of...
And then you're saying, so an architect lived there in the 80s.
And changed it.
At that point may have made, but I'm simply making the point that some changes must have already been made by 79, or the house would perhaps have looked more the way it was before those changes were made. So I think a number of changes have been undertaken over the
The
years.
interior of the house, there's a charm to it. There's a wonderful intimacy interior in the interior of the house. Interestingly enough, the village did find a map, and in 1917, this is really funny, the house was a blue, the same house was a Blue Cross Animals Hospital in 1917. So it's...
But was it the same form?
We don't, I mean,
It's just a thing on a map?
just been trying to, exactly.
So now
I'm going with Zach.
So it was an accessory building of some sort.
Oh, okay.
But doesn't
That's
that,
the
in
E.
fact...
Belcher Hyde map of 17. So there was something there, but it was not a dwelling.
Gotcha.
So I think many changes have happened.
Well, I want to point out that Byrne took a number of photographs of houses around in the village, and she's liked that style and is trying to create a
1920s.
family home.
But that's not my concern
No,
with the
but-
direction of my questions, and maybe it's less of an issue for my other board members and for Zach than it is for me, but some of the things you say, Mrs. Watkins, actually make my concern even greater when you say now there was something there in 1917. But Zach, I hear you saying that it's been bastardized to the point that it's not anything like that.
I didn't exactly say that.
Well,
I didn't think it was a dwelling.
it's a word in common parlance. It's perfectly
I think it's been
acceptable.
greatly enlarged, and the exterior massing, just visually, the massing of it has been transformed. I mean, I don't think we see a 1917 period house. You know? And evidently it was perhaps not even a house. It may have been an accessory
Well, there's
structure.
nothing in the house that would indicate that it was never a different kind of structure, because it has very established rooms, bedrooms, bathrooms. Foundation doesn't look any different, the foundation's there. It doesn't look like there was anything that was saved if it were historic.
It's not a contributing building.
Okay.
Okay, continue.
Move ahead. Right. It does look like, I actually, I like it, of course, because it's weird. But I can see that it's
not a family home right now. It's 3 bedrooms. It's got a small dining room.
Right, I'm not saying you can't change it. I'm just, I lament the loss of something that's not the same as everything else. That's how it goes. Okay, continue. Is there anything else you want us to know?
No, if you had some questions, I gave you floor plans of what we're doing. I gave you a copy of the survey that shows you where we're putting our additions. We're changing the whole floor plan so that the back of the house now looks over the swimming pool and backyard. So we're revising, the family areas to the back of the house and putting some of the other areas in the front. We're adding a garage that's attached. It's part of the house. It's on the first floor. And we're adding a porch on the back for the family. Shall I show the rear elevations to you? These are just the front elevations.
Sure, yes, please.
This is the back of the house, and you can see that this was the second floor that was added. And we've retained that second floor, and then we've added more space around on the first floor.
Are there any neighbors who have anything to say? Board members? I don't know what to say, actually. They're in trouble.
I should point out that the house is not easily visible from the street, as you probably are aware. There are hedges in front. So I don't know if it's quite so important that we're changing the house. I don't think anybody that would be driving down Halsey Neck would notice the change.
Does any board member have reservations of the street-facing garage?
Yes. I have a couple things. The street-facing garage is definitely one of them, and particularly since it's not really set back too much, which relates to a concern I had, which is that this is a very flat, very broad and flat building without a lot of detail to it. That can work in the 20s, and the stucco, that sort of works. The one thing that really fights against it is this window to the right of the front door that sits where the structure should be. I think you put that bump out on the right maybe to balance off the roof line of the garage.
We did.
So that makes sense to me, but the fact that there's no setback to that form on the right, this one-story form, and that window sits in the middle of it on the proposed west elevation facing the street, fights what I think you're
We
trying to
could
achieve.
set back that space. It originally was designed that way, and we thought we could use the extra 2 feet.
Yeah.
If the board feels strongly about that, it's not an issue.
Well, I think you're hearing a couple things. Curtis asked
Yeah.
the question about garages. We generally discourage front-facing attached garages.
Okay.
As not always, but almost always, for a number of reasons that the board has discussed in other cases. And so that is one, and the other one is just this, I lament the loss of this house. It is unique. I walk past it often. It's a beautiful house. But I think anyone deserves the right to propose a new larger one. There's a lot I like about this design, but to me, it looks like you're going for some formality of that main 2-story form, and it's compromised a little bit by the garage for some other reasons, and a little bit by how that 1-story form is treated on the right side, on the south side.
We can address that.
Some combination of maybe setting that back, rethinking the fenestration in there might help. Does anyone share those concerns?
I share those concerns.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
So if you change the garage, then would it be facing Hill Street?
No, this is a inside lot.
Oh, okay. is there a way to get, we do not like the garage door to be showing.
All right, I'll see what we can do with that.
Can you swing it around somehow? I think you can, but I don't know. How much, is there 18 and a half feet?
If it's something that the board feels strongly about, we're quite serious about having the general style that we've shown you be maintained with this project. But if the board feels that the garage door has to be moved, or if we have to set
When
back...
you look at the front of the house, that you shouldn't be seeing the garage door.
So do I understand the garage? There's an overhang over the garage as you enter, so there's like a parking, almost like an overhang over the garage?
No, there's no overhang.
So-
It's actually the first floor, and there's a bedroom up above it.
Okay, garage on the other side. So that,
No, we were dealing with that with parking, but let's not worry about that.
so the entrance, which is the part I'm kind of not really reading.
Did you
That front,
look at the floor plan?
you have the
The
floor
garage
plan?
is, yes, we have complete floor plans and elevations. And I've given you existing and proposed next to each other, so you can see page 4, I believe, is the one that shows you where we're putting all the additions, because it's a little hard to understand just by looking at the survey where the additions are going. So I did an overlay of the 2 floors so that you could see where all of the additions were being added. I think what the board should understand is that Byrne has very formal furniture. A lot of it is museum pieces, so she wants a very specific house for
We don't
that.
have anything to do with the inside of your...
No, I know you don't, but she also wants the outside to reflect what she's doing inside the house.
So to achieve this setback that you're proposing, are you eliminating the bicycle storage? Or are you
I
just
already
gonna
have
remove
this,
it?
I already have this setback on that side.
Okay.
I need it on the other side where there's a den,
Okay.
so I can change that, I can shift that.
I don't know.
You have a substantial change in grade in this property, right? From front to back.
Tremendous, about 5 feet,
Yeah.
yes, from front to back, yes. In fact, there's a garage door
Into the basement.
into the basement,
Yeah.
yes.
I've been in the house once.
Oh, you've been in the house?
This porch roof off the back, which is very low pitch and also pretty long, it's about 20 feet, 18 feet or so. Something like that. That's an EPDM material, so a rubber roof, basically, seamed rubber roof.
Typically, what I do is I put the shingles over the EPDM.
Oh, so, okay.
It will be shingles.
So, okay, I think I just saw the EPDM.
Because nobody wants to look out of that bedroom and look at
Okay.
black tar roof.
So what would you likely do? Would you take off the garage and keep the existing garage?
The existing garage, you can't get into it. It was, the prior owner kept a car that maybe went out twice a year, and it's
So
fine for
you
that.
can get into it, it's just that it's not the easiest thing. If he kept it in there, he didn't get there by,
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah. All right,
Not
so-
easily, but yes, it
Okay.
would be doable. It was going to be more for storage.
okay. But you do have,
18 feet.
yeah, well, that's on that side of the garage, is on that side, or the garage is on the other side?
Got
But the
28 feet on
existing-
the other side.
Yeah.
Is it, yeah, either way, there's room.
There's an
You don't
enormous tree.
have a lot of turning radius. It's not a lot of turning radius.
No, there's not, because there are retaining walls.
Yeah.
They stick out quite a bit. I wouldn't say that that's someplace that you can pull in every day.
Right, okay.
We need more time to think about this?
Well, I mean, that's not helping them very much. I think I hear we're saying that we're not in favor of the front garage. Diane is saying she could reconfigure it.
If the board has issues and they feel that they would like to see new drawings facing those issues and addressing them, I would be more than happy to come back in January, or probably not January, maybe February, because I don't think I could think that fast. But yes, we would be certainly willing to address whatever you give us as feedback today.
We do have 2 meetings in January, right?
Oh, you do?
14th and 28th.
14th.
Oh, we can definitely be back. We could
You
adjourn.
brought
to-
material, what did they represent?
Oh, the blue stone, that's going to be for the front steps, and then this is the material that we're putting on the patio in the backyard. And we did give you samples of the timberline, and I gave you color samples of the stucco.
It's in the file.
Yes.
That would be helpful.
Well, that was in the file.
Oh, yeah. Yes, that's in the file. They just felt that this didn't fit very well into your files.
So are you asking us to...
I'm asking you...
For an adjournment until the 28th?
Two meetings.
The 28th of January?
Yes.
I make a motion that we accept the request of the applicant to adjourn this application to our January 28 meeting.
Second.
Aye.
Okay, and we feel that what your comments have been tonight are the ones that you'd like to be addressed. Thank you for your time and certainly your patience for letting us come back. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the non-historic portion of our applications. Moving ahead, public hearings, historic. The first, do we have a letter from Carol Welsh? It says letter requesting adjournment. Was that previously? Oh, we don't have anything there.
Yes.
What's the date on
I
that?
would appreciate if my hearing could be postponed until the January hearing. It doesn't say which, but I assume the first one. So I'll make a motion to accept the applicant's request to adjourn this application to our January 14th meeting.
Second.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Next, LF 57 Main Street LLC, 57 Main Street, change exterior storefront of commercial building. Is this the Rose Jewelers again?
Yes.
And there were some comments from the board about, and from Zach, if I remember.
Yes. These are copies of everything I gave to the, I handed in to the board in small format. And the,
I remember that for this. Now, did it get simpler or busier?
Simpler.
Windows change? Oh, I see, second submission, I got it, sorry. Here we go.
Zach, you got a copy?
Yes, I do, thank you.
Or do you need one? No.
So John Laffey, architect for the owners. The last time I was here, the comments were that the original submission, which is over here, was a little too busy and a little too active for the street front. And there were some other, so the thoughts were that potentially we could take the top panels and reduce them. So we took out the two, made them 3 panels versus 5. We also took out all the detail work on the pilasters, all of the indentations, all of the deck molding, to get rid of all those. And it was sort of a combination between, I'd done two storefronts in the village. One was the whites, and the other one was was the cleaners. And these have pilasters on them with that little detail of the trimmer below it. So I tried to simplify it by doing that. And also on the side elevation, there was originally no detail work above the windows pointed out. So I've just carried that panel work up to the frieze of the storefront right there. It used not to be there now. It's there.
Right.
There was talk about losing the pen of it or not losing it. I'm going to try and keep it as best I can, but I do, if the board doesn't like it, I have no alternative that you can look at if you wanted to see what it might look like without the pen of it.
I don't just have to put our hand right over it.
I don't hate the pediment.
Well, this is what it looks like if we don't do the pediment, just so you can see.
I personally like the pediment. Other people may have.
Oh, I think it's more handsome than without.
Really? Yep.
How about you, Zach?
Well, look at the streetscape on the rear page. That might help you.
I have been on that street.
No, I know. I just asked you to look at the streetscape, Susan.
Many times, even tonight. Okay.
Well, I just jump in as all the changes that you've made are toward simplifying.
Yes.
I think the sense of my comments last time wasn't so much about complexity and simplicity. Okay. It was about a kind of an obvious aesthetic to represent the building as if it belonged to a certain historical period,
yes,
which it doesn't. And therefore, multiple brackets, multi-pane little transom areas going across. Those details which you've changed or addressed, and the panel pilasters, all those were details that were kind of simulating the look of a Wild West storefront, okay, on Main Street. So that just seemed a bit too much of a creation. So I think everything you've done, I would, following with that logic, I would say that you're rendering without that sunburst pediment, which is purely decorative.
Purely decorative.
And is also somewhat representative of something you might see in a Victorian-era storefront. So I'm just saying consistent with that, but it's your choice, and the board may feel otherwise. You've greatly simplified and gotten away from how, ornamental the original design was. So I think that could go either way, that part.
Well, you're the architect, so we don't want to tell you what to do.
Well, I'd like to keep the pediment because I think it just adds some symmetry to the new front door, which is now in the middle of the store. And I guess just as a comment, while I was the architect for White's, there's an awful lot of these storefronts that have that very,
Right.
one story.
Yeah.
And so I thought it might be a little bit nice to make it a little bit different, to make it a little more special.
we hear you.
That's why I did it.
Does anyone have anything else to say about this?
Like I say, I like the sunburst. I'm a preservationist more than I am a purist. And a little bit of decoration and symmetry and taking the eye up, I think it's a nice touch.
You've toned down the original proposed plan. So therefore, I think the little sunburst, is that what you call it?
Pediment.
Okay, it's fine. I think with all of the original decorative elements and panelizations, and it was just overkill. So I think you've toned it down a lot.
Fine with me.
Thank you for the changes.
Yes, you did a good job of making changes, and I think they were good changes.
Thank you.
My only remaining question is whether you considered unifying the lower panels underneath the windows on either side into a single frame on each
I would
side.
consider. In fact, I would do that actually.
You would do
I would do that, yes.
So
And make
that
it
it-
one panel,
Make it one panel
below the windows, yes.
below the windows.
Why?
Because it's simpler.
To match the bows?
So it would then be,
Oh, yeah. Then you'd have,
Yeah.
it would be consistent.
I think that would look nicer,
I
actually.
simplified it on this,
You
on this
can
other plan.
mark up
Oh,
the,
there it is.
On this guy here.
Just mark it up.
And it's very similar, well,
oh, what page are we on with that?
this was just something I
Oh, that's your
I'd
extra.
redrawn you just in
You've
case
been
you.
preparing for
worst
this,
case
have you
scenario.
not? Okay. Could I just see, does he have a picture?
Well, just to put it on the camera.
Yeah,
Actually, Charlie, could you close in on that one that he has his hand on? Thank you.
we like that one better? Yes.
Just one panel.
Yeah.
We like it a lot better, don't we? But and the pediment then. I think it's nice.
And the pediment.
Okay, you get your pediment, we get the panels. Everybody's happy. All right, so
Thank you.
you're going to have to mark up these plans and initial them, the stamped ones, by just combining those. Is that good enough? Yeah.
Should do the
These
pad
are
or
working
tomorrow?
plans
You
anyway.
we should be a full set of plans, but if you want to take this aside
It's a
and just
written
mark.
decision, he has time.
Oh, right, you have time. It's a written decision. Curtis is right. Can you just resubmit, take the thing
We'll do
from
it tomorrow.
the
You
lower,
can close for written decision
Yeah.
and then have him.
motion to close for written decision, LF 57 Main Street LLC. So could you,
Public comment.
oh, I think we did ask for public comment, didn't we? Is there anyone from the public who wants to comment? I thought I did. If I didn't, I'm sorry.
So I move that we close LF 57 Main Street application for written decision by council.
Second.
And you'll just put into the file the rendering, the
I'll resubmit
two
tomorrow.
sets.
with-
Yes,
Yep,
please.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very good.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
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 Is that? Yes. So it'll be reflected in the written decision. So.
These are notes. I'm just going to put them in.
Next, PMA Southampton LLC, 40 Bowden Square, exterior alterations to the restaurant. This was about the fenestration, is that correct? And Zach took a look?
What we did is, so DeVito, 40 Bowden Square, we, it's the siding, it's the trim, the corners.
Right.
We're repairing, but the main
But the
issue is the
snag last time,
fenestration.
wasn't it the second store window?
So we turned around, met Zach, we went through. We actually found some historic fabric on the fenestration. We're going to be able to save for the units, dash-wise. Most of the work we're going to... Most of the work we're trying to go through or out as much as we can of the fenestration that's there. There's not a lot of sash we're going to save, but we're going to save jams, reproduce the sash. Something like that.
So the only change really from last time is that you're going to keep the 6/6 windows facing north toward Bowden Square?
Correct.
And you're going to, subject to some discussions with Zach, you've found a way, really not so much for our consideration, but to save some other material around the windows to preserve as you put new windows into the other sashes, that other openings.
Is that possible? I don't know. I went to a training once that you set up where everything, they talked about
I'm not
how
quite sure I understood.
wood rots, and that, you know, there's only so much you can do.
If there's fabric left to the wood.
You can do it.
That's repairable.
You're going to
that
do it?
is,
You're going to patch it in?
I've done for 20-something
Okay.
years.
He's a window
Wow.
guy.
That's
Okay.
right.
Yeah.
So the only, to me, the only maybe concern for the board, or just to point out, the 6/6 windows are just going to be those 4 on the second and third floors that face
Right.
north into Bowden Square. There are other 6/6 windows, but they're not in great repair. They're not as visible, and it's a bit of a compromise maybe to make sure we save those windows that are very visible.
Well, I think we can all agree that the ground floor of these now combined buildings has lost all sense of historical You know,
You don't like
so
this
we're not looking at that
glass
level.
bricks?
But if you go to the second story, if we look at the south-facing elevation, I'm sorry, it says west.
West.
I'm sorry, you're correct, it's the west. The west side of, that's where you see the front of what appears to be, the Victorian period house to the right or to the south. And that's appropriate to have 2/2s. And so it seems to more aesthetically unify that, because in fact, the house that we're addressing has received that very large attic dormer, which wouldn't have had any windows in it to begin with, and now has those smaller windows. So we're not talking about the uniformity of that elevation the way I think we are on the north side, where you've got 2 stories. And I don't know, frankly, for me, driving into the village from that entryway to Bowdoin, I see that facade. That's sort of a striking elevation above the lower story, and I just don't get that on the west side. So I think that's a good compromise to preserve those sashes and uniform the ones on the west.
These were 2 separate buildings that were married together, put together, and they were truthfully just anything they could stick in an opening, they stuck in an opening. We have vinyl. We have, 1/1s. So to just uniform this and make it look like a structure worth looking at in the village.
Yep.
Is there anyone from the public who wants to comment on this application? Is there anyone who has an objection or has another question here?
Nope.
Motion to approve, closed for written decision, PMA Southampton LLC.
So moved.
Aye.
Thank you, buddy.
Very good.
Have a great holiday.
You too. See in those windows. Okay, do we have 2 stamp sets?
In there, there's 2 stamp.
Frank, do you want these back?
I'll take it. Here, I'll take all the unstamped ones. Take care.
Next application, 205 Windmill Lane, Windmill LLC, 205 Windmill Lane. Construct exterior alterations to existing commercial building. Did we have the posting and mailing last time? There's an affidavit, I see.
Thanks for reminding me. We have both of them.
Okay, good. No, they're just making the same photo materials, are they not?
I've learned my lesson.
Very organized.
Wow.
All right. So Jason Paremba from Jason Thomas Architect, representing 205 Windmill Lane. And as you'll see in the photos, the existing photos, we have the existing house which is on your registry, and the current cladding is completely vinyl. So the plan is to demo the exterior siding, window casing, corner boards, fascia, soffits, and related decorative trim, all of which I mentioned is vinyl. We also plan, and beyond that, underneath the vinyl, we peeled some areas away. It's just sheathing. There's no material below the vinyl. So the plan also is to demo the existing roof and replace the existing roof shingles. And we also plan to demo the main entry stoops.
I'm sorry, and Jason, the roof is going to be replaced with wooden shingles?
I'll give you the demo, and then I'll do the materials. I think it'll
Sounds good.
Seems to go. The main entry stoop and railings are just of CCA. Both of those will be demolished. There's one on the front facade facing the east and one on the setback facing the east as well. We plan to demo all the existing windows and doors, all of which are vinyl and/or aluminum replacements. No existing windows are historic or predate the 70s. They're Weather Shield, Anderson, or Eagle. We also plan to demo the existing lighting. I know, Susan, you're sensitive to the lighting. I've heard from other projects being here. There's some street lights and some things, so we're going to get rid of those and kind of dim down the overall kind of light effect at night. If you're driven by there at nighttime, it's pretty bright. So the
plan on the exterior shingles is to use a Myback, it's called Cottage Gray, which is here, shingles with a 6-inch exposure. We also plan to do on the window casings, I have these for you guys. So when you get them, the first page is the window style that we're replicating, which I have these books from, period pieces and typical details that we've done of a particular time. So we're doing the 2/2 on the windows. And then on the second page, you'll see which would be the typical, casing, sill detail, and crown molding at the head. Okay, so that's
True divided light windows?
simulated divided. It'll be Marvin integrities. Corner boards, we're planning to, they're placing the corner boards with 1x6 AZAC. I showed the AZAC here, Versatech, just to show you the white, the shingles, and the all of those materials together at a certain point. Fascia and soffits will also be replaced with AZAC and shall be replaced in kind. So whatever we peel away will go back to what it was. The new main roof will be replaced with weathered wood blend asphalt shingles. Existing rear portion of the structure had a weathered wood blend as well. We've recently replaced that. The exterior entry doors, I have cut sheets of those.
May I spread these out?
Sure, yeah. Will be, I also have that, was that in the package that I just gave you guys there? Should be exterior doors.
This is just windows from
Well, you can see, I'll show it to you in the 3D renderings. Which I have here.
Are there doors to touch? No.
These are the 3D renderings. And beside you'll see. All right. Gutters, typical 6-inch round aluminum white, half-round gutters with 5-inch with 4-inch downspouts. Has images for the board for those as well. Gutters. A few times, right? And then, as I said, I'm removing the light fixtures from the building, and we're going to place, there's just 3 exterior doors, so that we're going to have these, we replace with these light fixtures.
Gutters.
Aha.
DC gutters.
I hate them. I waste the money on. These are outdoor fixtures? Or-
Yes.
Oh, that's the door.
Yeah, I passed that around too. And so the main stoops on the front entry and the side entry, we're proposing bluestone treads and platform and brick risers.
And brick risers?
Yeah, so the face of the risers would be brick, because the perimeter of the foundation is
brick?
Is actually brick, yeah.
Is it going to stay brick, or? 'Cause it
It's
looks like
currently
stucco.
parged. Yeah, it's currently, if you look at the photos, it's parged.
I see that.
So.
Oh, this is your rental. So you taking the...
No, because if I take the parging off the foundation, it'll fall apart,
I think you're right.
to be honest with you.
So what are we talking about now? How are we going to fix it?
When you come into you step up the steps, there'll be bluestone platforms, and the risers will be brick.
Brick?
Brick.
Do you think that's okay, Zach? I don't. Do you have to do that? It's like all of a sudden there's brick?
I'd rather not, it's a lot more expensive.
I know, but,
No, I mean, this is a commercial structure.
yeah, and he is restoring
It should be
it.
wood or wood look, just as we went through on the North Main
Yeah,
Street
yeah, that's-
house, you know.
Well, it just seems like all of a sudden we've got red brick coming, everything's gray and white, we were going along so beautifully.
You know, it's a big old Victorian house.
Well, Zach, if I may, I believe this was a schoolhouse, was it not?
No.
This wasn't on that property?
Oh, no, the schoolhouse was a big pile further to the south.
There were many schoolhouses.
There's a little schoolhouse across the street. No, this is
Okay.
a house.
This was a house.
It's pretty handsome, I think, the form.
And it would have had a porch that would have wrapped across the front and then returned back to that back door that led into the dining room. So what's missing here, and that's the wood part.
Oh, dear.
What's missing is that porch. So it looks a little plain, it's kind of blank,
Well,
but
also-
there's no reason you need to.
I'm sorry, to add on to the wood part. Jason, you're doing a great service by taking off the vinyl and replacing it with something other than vinyl. Yet my feeling is that you've gone to maybe 70 to 75% of doing a restoration in terms of the materials, that why would you not then use real wood? Why would you not do wooden shingles, which probably were...
These are actually wood shingles, they're just factory stained.
Thin, okay.
So that you don't have to do it in the field, and then it can be applied to all sides.
Okay.
And last
All right.
longer. Yeah. It's actually cedar, it's a cedar shingle.
Okay, thank you for that. Good.
You come up with the different, how many steps are we talking about here?
I think
There's like 5?
4. I can do it exactly like the rendering if you like. You
Let's
seem
do that.
pleasantly into that, which is the blue stone with the stucco riser, with the gray riser that matches the parging around the foundation.
It's not going to last more than 20 minutes out here, a stucco riser.
More than wood.
There's something about having been converted for commercial use.
Yeah.
Kind
But do you
of
think...
modifies the old time.
3 risers up each.
3 risers. But don't you think the brick is so iconoclastic? I mean, that's what you're going to see when you look?
Yeah. I think in the overall project, it's a small.
Okay, I don't know why I think it's so important, but I do. Because it just doesn't seem right.
If you want a stone surface, which I think, to Zach's point, for a commercial building is probably a better surface to maintain and safer surface to maintain than you're talking about either brick or stucco.
Stucco, because that's what your foundation has become. It's been stuccoed. Correct. Right? So that might...
I'm fine with it. I'm completely on board with that.
Okay.
That would,
You think that's better? Okay, I think it's better.
So I think reclaiming this building is a great service.
Yeah, it's an amazing, I love going past.
Yeah, it really needs a facelift.
Even with all that junk on it, it's still an amazing form. You got to give it credit. All right. Anyone from the public have a comment? They're all looking at us, I guess not. So are we at anyone else on the board have anything to say? So we're going to, what does it say on those plans in terms of the risers? Can you write in what we have agreed upon?
Well, you could reflect that in your decision.
But submitted between that.
Yeah, you can just submit it. He has to do it. You've got a month. Christmas and New Year's are thrown in there, but you have time to just revise. What does it say in there?
New blue stone entry, stair, and landing with wrought iron handrail.
So it doesn't say anything about that? Hey.
So I'm going to make a motion that we close this application for written decision by council.
Second.
Aye.
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 So maybe you could just notate that in your plans. You could write it in there.
The risers are going to be stone.
Next application, Jan Split Purchase Trust, 56 Gin Lane, amend a prior ARB approval for exterior alterations.
Jason finished. Good luck.
Well, he's not gone yet, are you, Jason?
That's it.
I'll be back.
He's back for a spanking.
For the applicant, John Bennett, and Tim Haynes is here with me. I submitted the affidavits of posting and mailing. We were here several months ago to approval to renovate the existing house at 56 Gin. The owner has completed the renovation of the interior as well as the exterior. So when that happened, there were some interior modifications that came to mind. And so what we're here for is to ask for several modifications to the plans that were previously approved. I'm just handing around a list of modifications, and Tim is going to take you through some of the changes made to the plans as a result of floor plan changes. It was previously noted that the owner would be repairing the existing slate roof. The roof is actually in far worse condition than originally thought. We'll be replacing the majority of the roof in kind. And Mr. Haynes has submitted a list of the changes, and I'll ask Tim to walk through them for you.
you have, do they have little half sets?
I'm going to watch the screen. This
Oh,
the amount
easier.
of paper with this thing is
Yeah, exactly.
really astounding.
So what,
There we go.
well, okay, good. So this way, what we've done is what was approved and what we're asking for below it so that you can see the two side by side. So as John said, starting generally, it is currently a slate roof, green and purple and gray, and about 80% of it needs to be replaced, so we're sourcing the same green and blue and gray and putting the new slate roof on. A lot of this is very subtle, but I like to be straightforward with you guys.
The same reveal on the slate shingles, the slate tiles?
Yes, actually,
Imagine the
a third of the building that had been renovated maybe 20 years ago already has a new roof, so that is a little bit different than the older one. We're going to salvage as much of the old as we can while it gets re-roofed, mix it all together. It's going to, we'd like it to look as identical as to what it looks like now. The two Cerulean windows, we've moved them approximately 9 inches, so we're just noting that. Which have to do with interior stair layouts. We've done interior demolition, so a lot of this is coming because of that. And at the same time, we have taken the top of the Cerulean window and we've simplified it into a plain grid in the new elevation. What was a home theater that had a blind window with closed shutters and a blind fan above it, is no longer going to be a home theater. It's now going to be sort of the hub of the house and a family room. So we have added a window looking out to the gardens on the end facade, getting rid of the blind window. And we've taken some of the sort of colonial revival detailing from the main part of the house and used it to frame that window.
What facade is that, Tim?
The north facade. This is all on the north facade.
All of these things.
It's one of the houses.
You said it was an end facade?
Well, there's a wing that sticks out on the north facade. It's an L-shaped wing at the end of the house. In the conservatory, we've just slightly, because we've now opened up the structure, we were able to widen the windows a little bit. So they're the same concept as before. They're just about 18 inches wider on both levels of the house. And in the attic windows, in the original house, they're not original, but they had been redone, and they had elaborate muntin patterns in them, and we have simplified them in our designs. They're behind a balustrade, and from the angle of looking up at them, you don't even really see them, but that's what we would like to do, is simplify those. I'll go to the south facade if you're okay with that. Going to the south facade, the low, I'll go here. The low sloped roof over the covered porch is a 3 and 12 roof, and it currently has slate on it, and it is, as we uncovered and did demolition, it's leaking terribly because it's too low of a pitch. So we would like to do what they did on the north elevation, which is any of the low pitches were covered in copper, standing seam copper. So we're proposing doing that on the porch roof. Again, in the conservatory, because we have a little bit more room, because of uncovering the structure, we're widening the glass in the same fenestration that we had approved last time. It's just about 18 inches wider of glass. Along the sort of English basement, as it were, the arches that existed in some of the openings, particularly at the French doors, were very extreme. We thought it was more attractive and more useful because we got more usable head height to make the arches a little shallower. So we're proposing slightly shallower arches on the two sets of French doors at the east and west sides to match the arches that exist on the double hungs. Again, these are all subtle, but we think better. There are existing shutters in the center block on the second floor, and most of which are fake, as it were, in that we have triple ganged windows with two shutters on the side. We're removing all the shutters that can't actually operate. And in the gable dormers, we wanted that exist over on the attic level, again, simplifying the muntin pattern a little bit to make it a little less pretentious. I know. No comment. No comment.
Sorry.
It does make it a little less pretentious.
It does. It makes it a little
Inch by inch.
inch by inch. If I can go to the east facade. The big change here is, again, we had over the garage was a media room. We are not using it as a media room, so the theater has been taken out. It's a family room now, and we wanted to get some light, so we've added 3 double hungs and they are dormers, 3 dormers with pediment. We have we've replaced the double hungs at both levels on this side elevation with slightly larger in the proportion of the conservatory windows. And down below that, we have added a ramp access and made one of the double hungs a door because there are 2 relatives who are wheelchair bound. So we realized we needed to get them into the house, and it's not an easy house to get people in. So that became the easiest place for us to build the ramp because it's back by the garage and get them into the house. And it was one of the only places that they could get in without going up or down to get to the elevator without having to go up or down the staircase. There are a lot of levels inside this house. And up in the quarter round attic windows that had the swag details on them, again, we've gone and simplified the muntin pattern. Part of that program of getting rid of all of the swags. And on the west facade, one last one. Conservatory windows, again, found a little more room structurally. We could clean it up and make it airier and a little wider in the fenestration. So we've slightly massaged what was approved before. And on the second floor where the master bedroom is, there was originally a double hung and a single pane glass door. We've sort of cleaned that up into 2 pairs of French doors with divided lights. And the same with the attic, quarter round attic windows. We've gotten rid of the swags and radiating muntins and put in a grid of orthogonal muntins.
I'm speechless.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. I know it's your favorite.
It's my favorite house, just to start out with. And
we are trying to
I know you're trying to
rationalize and
simplify
clean it up a
it.
little
It's
bit.
just so complicated. I don't have an objection to it because I don't know what, there's so many different elements
Yeah.
already, and then you get into it, so.
Yeah.
I think the changes that Tim has made have, in some cases, simplified things. They're totally consistent. They're actually, to a small extent, an improvement over the original design, and surely not significantly different.
I just wanted to be straightforward with you guys and show you so you don't,
And it's
like...
very helpful to document. Yes, thank you.
Plus, that's required.
Yeah, no, I know, but, you know,
Yeah,
I don't want to waste your time, but I think it's the same concept, it's just we're slightly massaging.
Right, and for the benefit of the public, when the board issues a certificate of appropriateness, it is meant to be fulfilled and completed in the manner in which it was approved and in which it was approved.
Correct.
And there
That's why we're here
are,
with every little change.
right, and there are provisions in the code for violations against that. So thank you very much for being
I know
so
it's
attentive.
painful to go through it all, but it's just...
It's just mind-boggling to me. Anyone else? Rob?
I had a couple questions. I appreciate the simplification and coming back to us. A couple of the changes, making certain windows larger or panes larger and therefore the overall windows, there's a slippery slope effect a little bit where that could start to look like something less historic. I don't mind it when it's part of a conservatory and a porch because I think that is pretty appropriate. So but there's some others that I'm a little concerned about. Here are my concerns. On the north facade, on the second floor, the outer set of windows in the main form, you're moving those in as well. You're adjusting all the windows essentially on that second floor, the main form. Relocating them for the stairwell, for the two that are just off-center. The ones on the outside of the form, I guess are being moved for an elevator. I don't really need to know why they're being moved, but they really change the rhythm relative to the 5 bays defined by the columns. And I don't like it. It pinches those windows back behind columns in a way that I think really compromises the look of the house from the front. Is there any way to modify the size of those windows that would make them look less pinched or would bring back the rhythm of those windows within the bays of the columns?
Obviously, we looked at it. I mean, it was very hard to get the elevator in, and the elevator, because the husbands, both parents, are wheelchair bound, became extremely important. And where it had been before, there wasn't radius for, it was for like the idea of an elevator in your house, but this is real life. And so we all stood there in the front because we had the same thing graphically when you look at it. But then we stood in that front court of the house, and perspectively, you read this, one reads this like it's dead on. And we stood there, and they sort of mocked up sort of where that, and because of perspective, we all sat there and said, graphically it looks like it's going to be so weird. You don't the way that these Cerulean windows, we've all I would have sworn that these were sort of in the middle of those bays from going there, and we're actually pulling them a little more towards the middle. So yes, graphically I would absolutely go with that. It was a real struggle within the historic part to get a real working elevator for two people who are wheelchair bound. And so this was the compromise we made.
I get that, and while we're not charged with understanding what goes on inside, for better or for worse, I was just concerned about the effect of it on the outside, but I accept that's a pretty good explanation. I also accept that when you're up front, standing in front of the house, you just get these perspectives that sort of throw the bays off anyway.
Right.
The two that are more discretionary that do bother me, the north window on that east side in the new living room is really big. And I appreciate that you tried to dress it up with pilasters. It just feels to me like it dominates the house. It sticks out proud of that elevation a little bit, right? So I'm just letting you know my concerns. That's one of them. And the other windows, the pair of windows on the east side, on that same, in the new media room, I guess you called it, are also really big. And those to me start to look like something not of the era of this house, but I will leave that to historical experts. Those are my concerns.
So Zach, what say you?
That very large house, right?
Yeah.
With 20 different kinds of windows happening. So I mean, if we were only dealing
23 now, maybe.
Right. if we were only dealing with that 5-bay central block, then the windows would become much more apparently not aligning and, but I'm so distracted.
Sorry.
In a good way, so distracted because there's so many blocks of house happening, each with their own sets of symmetry, et cetera, that my eye just kind of goes from one end to the other, and I don't focus on that so much. I do agree that very large window that you've introduced, maybe if it weren't so bold across the top of the big lintel, it wouldn't have appeared as large. I mean, that's exaggerates the size of it, and it really does kind of pop. So but that's again, that's a window, and
I think when the I mean, we're also again, there's a big, it's way, and when you see where the trees are going to go and everything, which is one of the reasons it's large, is to sort of take in the grounds, because believe it or not, these windows, they're actually very small when you're inside looking out at this very large grounds, and so that's where the desire came from.
Overall, I think there's a rationale for all that, and I don't see. It's like one of those puzzle games where you have to look for what's different.
Right.
Yeah.
And it takes about a half an hour, and then one by one you begin to discover there aren't shutters, but there were, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Because when you look at this, it's subtle.
Is anyone else concerned by the size of those windows?
There's not one element in this entire presentation that's dominant to anything. It's a mixture of a montage of different elements, and I think in the scheme of things, once built, you won't be focusing on that one window.
I agree with you.
I think the power of this portico and these balustrades and all of this, that
it's
actually
a grand
this
house doing a lot of things. As a matter of fact, when I was looking at the file itself, I was sitting here literally like nitpicking, trying to figure out what was being changed, and you even brought out things I didn't see in my initial review. So I think that explains basically how it's going to read on the property once built.
Well, you couldn't take it even in. You'd have to move your head. It is an amazing thing. Whatever. So is there anyone from the public who would like to comment? Zach, are you good with this? Okay.
Well, I'll make a motion then that we close for written decision by council the application for Jan Split Purchase Trust at 56 Gin Lane. Aye. Thank you.
Aye.
Aye.
I'd like to take a 5-minute recess, just so everyone at least...
Did I do this?
You did. And so in 5 minutes, which will be 10:08, we'll reconvene. Maybe Kim. All right, we're going to start without without our counsel. Perhaps he'll come back. Next is Innoventor Properties, LLC, 224 Great Plains Road, construct accessory structures, barn shed, and 2 pool pavilions.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Yes, we appeared before you last spring to present a...
Really? I don't remember this.
It was May 2018. To present a project, a new residence at 224 Great Plains Road, and this project was approved.
Yes.
And we're here before you tonight to show you 4 accessory buildings proposed.
Oh, yes, now I remember.
Right. So the first is a barn, which appears at the back.
Could you state your names for the record?
Yes, I'm sorry. Andrew Oyen, O-Y-E-N.
And Jason Bivens. B-I-V-E-N.
Zach?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay. Can I look at yours? Actually, I don't need to so much. I can get it on the screen. It's very organized.
Otherwise, we're good here.
Okay, so Jason's going to point to the site, the context.
Yeah.
So main house is situated at the front of the property, which was previously approved. And then sort of towards the back end of the property is where we're proposing our barn, and then the small shed next to it as well.
So the barn, this is a side view of the barn.
So it's looking this way, off a little courtyard.
And the potting shed just to the south.
Yep, right here.
And it has a chimney because it needs to be heated.
Yes.
Okay. Just saying barns don't.
It has a chimney?
I think the potting shed is to the north, I think you mean.
Oh, I'm sorry, you said it is to the
Yes,
north,
it
yes,
is.
sorry. Yes. Pool pavilions will be in the center of the property adjacent to the pool.
Yep, so off the axis of the main house, these two little pool pavilions at the end of the pool.
And these are two separate structures, painted trellis work, painted trim and shingles. Yes. Yes.
Okay. It is in the historic. Okay.
And just that's it. Yep.
That's it.
Well, everyone's tired, it's tongue-tied.
Well, you're calling a barn, it's just a guest house with...
It's a recreation building.
It's not a
It's a
living
guest house.
space?
No, actually just a living space, little kitchenette.
What's the purpose of the red brick wall on the southeast corner of the barn?
So it ties together some site walls.
Site walls?
Right. So this is a real vegetable and cutting garden, and the landscape architect likes to build brick walls to keep animals out.
Good luck.
Yeah.
How tall are they going to be?
I think, what, 5 feet?
Okay, that's not tall enough, is it?
Yeah, and it's actually right here.
Right. And then that will tie into a barbecue on the other side.
So that wall right there.
How big is your barn? I don't have the paperwork right in front of me.
750. 750
Oh,
square feet.
okay. Does anyone have an objection on this giant property with these? Totally jealous. I think it's quite handsome, all this stuff, isn't it? It's so plain and dark. I just love it. Is there anyone from the public who has anything to say? Wants to comment? How about the board? You good with it?
We're good.
I make a motion that we accept we close the application for Innoventor Properties at 224 Great Plains Road for written decision by council.
Second.
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
Worth the wait, I bet. Next application, Alexander Lynch, 391 Hill Street, amend a prior ARB approval from 11/2017 for demo of dwelling. Was there? I think that's misleading, isn't it?
Oh, I know.
So I think we need to be on the record here about...
Let's have Jason introduce himself first,
Okay.
and then we can...
Were there affidavits of mailing posted?
Yes. We submitted them the same time as the other ones you received earlier on 205.
Uh-oh.
Are they in the file? I didn't see, I do see them, sorry.
We brought them to the office at the same time, but
Oh,
they're not
you're saying?
together.
Okay, I'm
yeah.
sorry. I thought if you
Thank you.
handed it to us.
I just want to start by saying I'm a part of a family history that dates back to the mid-1600s in Southampton Village. I'm also a second-generation volunteer fireman, and I not only appreciate your position as board members, I respect your role and responsibility in preserving our village. I equally share a love for this village, the community, and its architecture. I'm sensitive to my role as an architect and the impact of my work on the community I work in. I would never purposely disrespect or undermine the board, the village, or the place I raised my children in. That was absolutely not my intent or my client's intent. I'm hoping to show you through a sort of timeline of events how we got to here, how we demoed more than you expected.
Excuse me. I'm not inclined to hear you, and in a second I'm going to put forward a motion not to hear you. I and several of the board members were surprised, and the building inspector as well. Surprised is an understatement, shocked, to find that a building for which we had issued a certificate of appropriateness was not was not altered, it was demolished. And for you, Jason, with all the background, and this is not personal, so don't take it as such, but to come here and ask for an amendment, when we just saw juxtaposed an amendment of 2 pages, highly detailed, for a structure, an existing structure, for the minute detail coming before us, that's what he's required to do. And that's why when he made a statement, I made the statement, that were he is required to do that. And were he not, and were any architect or any developer or any property owner disregard the approvals from this board and the certificate of appropriateness that are issued from this board, do so, that they stand in violation of the codes and are subject to a number of penalties, including, and not limited to, fine, jail, up to 15 days, and civil penalties equal to the cost of restoring the property. So I think it is inappropriate and absurd for us to hear this case. And so what I would like to do is move that the application, or at least the case, be remanded to the building inspector and the village attorney to assess what violations occurred and what action they choose to make. And I'd like to have a second on that.
Can I say one thing? I didn't request the amendment to the application. That was requested by the building department. That's why I'm here this evening.
Again.
So I'm doing this as I was requested.
I appreciate.
I'd love the opportunity to be able to explain to you the process by which we got here. And it was absolutely not malicious. We're not seeking additional approvals. We're not seeking additional gross floor area. It's the same project that was previously approved. I promise you, it was nothing done that was in a way that I was trying to circumvent the board, your responsibilities to the community as well as mine.
Right.
I would just love the opportunity to be able to explain to you how I got here.
And to me, that is moot, and I think it opens up a slippery slope to people who choose to willingly, perhaps that wasn't your case. I believe the applicant is not, this isn't his first rodeo, it's not your first rodeo. The fact to come to a property and find it leveled is an absurd situation that I don't think warrants the board at this point hearing whatever reason, rationale, or set of circumstances brought you to this. I think the village is in the position, and this board has a responsibility to remand it to the village attorney and the building inspector. And I think the building inspector, if he advised you to come here before us for an amendment, it was in error. And I, again, move that we not hear this application and instead remand it to the building inspector and the village attorney for appropriate action. Do I have a second on that?
Well, I'd like to make a comment if I could first,
Okay.
which is, again, not personal to this. I think it is important we have a role that, first of all, if certain rules or processes aren't respected, we might as well not meet here. And I know that's not anyone's intent to undermine at that level. But, the obligations under the code get increased for a contributing structure in the historic district. And everyone who cares about the village and believes in one way or another, with its faults and may not believe in all of it, but generally supports the idea of having a historic code, unfortunately has to be saddened or shocked by this. It may have been an irreparable structure. There may be lots of reasons why the demolition was considered. But to go ahead and do it without coming back to this board and without the chance for the public to weigh in on it, it just cuts to the very heart of us even having an historic code. It just does.
I understand that.
And so I share some of Jeff's concerns. I don't know the proper procedure. And I would like to also at some point be constructive in helping you and your client get a project back on track. Something should be built there. So those are my thoughts.
I think to hear it this evening without the village and the village attorney having the opportunity to assess the violation is tantamount to implicitly condoning those actions. It may end up that after this, whatever fines, levies, or penalties are enforce upon the applicant, that we may very well come back to a situation where you may build the house that you originally proposed. But to hear it now, whether out of curiosity, how you got there, it's just a total waste of time, and I think inappropriate and unfair to these people here, who are doing things the right way. So again, I move that we not hear this. Bo, with its...
I think you're moving to adjourn it.
Adjourn. And I don't know if there's any other thing that has to be related to that, but in terms of remanding it to the building inspector.
I can't think of anything at the moment. You can refer it to the building inspector, and as the village attorney's office will also review it. It may be that we will come back and say we need a fact-finding circumstance, but that's not necessarily tonight.
I think actually I have been in a few talks regarding this. We're not an enforcement board, so the question is who's the enforcer? So perhaps it would be better to adjourn it until we get a full read on how these matters can be handled, because there was an unfortunate other situation that happened, and I don't, we have a new building inspector, so perhaps the enforcement can be, I don't know that it's certainly not, well, I've been the chair or on the board, has there been a situation like this that I can think of? So I think that, would you like to ask for an adjournment until we can rectify this with the...
Pretty much what Bo said, so I
application.
move that the application be adjourned for referral to the building inspector for further determination and actions.
So we're going to say adjourned for...
Referral to the building inspector,
Okay.
the town attorney's office, for determination of violations.
Do I have a second?
Somebody second?
I can second it.
Okay, yeah.
To the building inspector, village attorney. Okay.
My only concern is that, and it seems that a number of board members have had conversation or discussions on this. I haven't had the opportunity to hear what others have thought until now. There's been no direction by the building department as to this case to the board in file or anything else. We haven't been informed of anything. We haven't been informed that there's an action even going to be pending.
Right.
Nothing at all. So there's two sides of that coin. One, how do we stop something with the anticipation of something happening? What happens if it doesn't? Then the applicant is here prepared for an application. I understand you're basing this on principle, and I commend you on it.
No, well, principle and fact. The fact is, I don't understand how we can amend a proposal when there isn't a structure there to amend. If he's coming for us before an application to demolish, then it would be a whole new application.
On the basis of that, I agree with you then. So the application is not an amendment. It's actually an application to, well, I mean, unfortunately, it's already happened, but it's a certificate of appropriateness for demolition because it's already happened. So you're kind of...
I think in what you guys are saying, they didn't understand how to even write, how to...
Well, they're going to have to figure it out.
Board. That's what I'm saying. So I'm going along with you.
So because of that, and what I'm just saying is because of that, there's no clear process in terms of what's being proposed today is an amendment that doesn't exist.
Right.
I agree with you there.
That doesn't sound
So
right.
because of that procedurally, I would say we need direction because the application really is a certificate for appropriateness for demolition and not an amendment of a prior application.
And then we would have to approve the plan to build the house.
In that case, I agree with your motion.
And I do think we need, let's run it out for a month and see what happens. The building inspector is new, and the village I know is very much aware of the situation, and it's been discussed. I think the enforcement procedures need to be clarified.
So adjourn it to January 28th.
So, how did we do this? Motion to adjourn for referral to the building inspector and village attorney until January 28th?
Right. So
Okay.
moved.
Second.
Aye.
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 Aye. Great.
Thank you for your time.
So we'll see you in the new year.
Right.
That was to January 28th.
January
28th. Moving along. SH24 LLC, 24 Gin Lane. Construct two-story, single-family dwelling with attached garage and accessory structure.
28, John Bennett, 28 Gin Lane, also, you've heard them together, they've been litigated together. I just assume you're going to do the same practice as
No,
both together.
I'm not. They're two separate lots and two separate structures. I'd like them to be considered as such under the zoning law. They are not, unless you want to conjoin the lots, which I doubt anybody in their right mind would do.
No, we're not doing that because we have, well, could I have
Why would we make it?
I'd like a vote on that because that's something that's contrary to what we've done in the past. We've always heard these
This is an
together.
entirely new hearing as per
No, it's not an
court
entire,
order.
it's a new hearing, but it's the same case. It's the same case that just, all right, let's talk about that.
Well, Mr. Bennett, the board,
Chairwoman, you're not going to direct my presentation. I'm going to make points of
well,
law.
you're not going to direct me
Can I have a
as
vote
the
on whether or not the
chairperson
matter
of the
should be
board,
heard
so we may
together,
have some
as they
trouble
always have been,
if you don't settle down.
Just asking for a vote on whether or not the matter should be heard
Why
together.
are you directing my board to vote? I am telling
I'm
you
not
that
directing anything,
as
I'm
per
asking for it.
procedure, these are two separate cases because they're two separate properties.
And I'd like the board's
There isn't
pleasure on it.
anything to be voted on. That's how it works. If you want to
It hasn't
conjoin the
worked in-
lots, we can
It hasn't
talk
worked in the
about them.
past. No, that would make it impossible for me to build two single-family residences.
That's correct. So I suggest, it's specifically, these are, making a special exception is not a good idea. Under the law, this is a piece of land on which a residential property can be built.
Sure, we can do them separately.
Great.
This has always been in the past. I would like...
Right, we're off the past, obviously, as per court order. I am beyond the past.
Excuse
We
me?
are moving forward.
Excuse me? I didn't hear that. I just didn't hear it, that's all. Could I hear-
There is a court order for a new hearing.
No, the
so
court
I
order
don't
is a
want to
court
go-
order for a new hearing, not
correct.
a new application. There's a remand, Judge Pastoressa remanded the matter for a new hearing. This is sort of like going into overtime, as it was. You're not throwing anything out. There's not a new application. It's a new hearing as part of the application because the judge made a finding that certain of the standards weren't considered. That is not a new, yes, he said a new hearing. That's why you will, during that new hearing, whether it's bifurcated or not, you will hear new evidence, but it's not a new application. That's quite clear. And I'm sure your counsel will back you up on that.
Are there two separate applications for appropriateness, though?
Well, there are two items
two
on the agenda,
properties.
number 8 and number 9, and I don't really see any reason why the board can't determine its own fate as to how it wishes to approach these.
Well, I'll bring Mr. Haynes in, we'll bring the models in, we'll do it separately. I was just trying to do it.
I understand, and the court made no distinction, unfortunately, and there was no distinction either, but as Susan points out, this is
It's like every
today.
other application. That's all I want it to be.
two applications on the agenda.
Oh.
Do we need to be renoticed for this now?
Was it renoticed?
Yes, it was.
It was renoticed?
Yes, yep.
So we have, well, they may be turning them in. Do we have affidavits of posting? Oh, honey. Of posting and mailing?
Of course, as always.
Give up. You're great. I was getting a big laugh out of it.
What do we do now? Yeah, sorry.
We have affidavits.
For this separate ones? Good. Are they in the same file? They should be separated.
Speak first,
Okay, good.
and then we'll present 28.
Great.
There is an understanding, counsel, that everything that has previously been put into the record on this application will be brought forward. and amended?
There's no understanding. I think, John, what we should do, if that's the case, then there should be an application by...
Certainly, I would make an application that everything that has been put into the record in the past on 24, both for the application and any objections, be incorporated, made part of this, because after all, it is the same case. Alternatively, I can just Xerox everything, which you already have, and submit that. But it seems to me to be silly to do that.
Counsel?
So, we understand that?
It's in the file, right?
It's fine.
It's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're getting close. Another hour or so. All right, so we're on 24, is that correct?
Yes, so let me say a few preliminary statements here, some of which will apply to both applications, but you can take it as you will because it has full force on this application. So John Bennett, the applicant, also with me this evening are Bear Lee Larkin, another attorney from my firm, Tim Haynes, the project architect, Ed Hollander, the landscape architect, Steve Naroda and Grant Wellman from Aries Design, Joel Snodgrass, historical consultant, and Michael Lynch, the appraiser. We're here pursuant to the order of Justice Joseph Pastoressa. He signed actually a judgment today directing that the matter go back to the board for a new hearing. It's very important that you understand what this means. The judge in this matter unequivocally did not say that the proposed house, either one of them, was too large. He did not say that. He said in so many words, although we disagree with this, but this is how things stand at this point, that the board can reject an application if it finds that the scale of the construction is not compatible with the property, the surrounding properties, or the neighborhood. That's what the judge said. Again, the judge did not make a substantive finding. Made no finding that either 24 or 28 Gin Lane was too large. There's been some noise and chatter about this. That is unequivocally not the case, and you don't have to take my word for it. I'm sure your counsel will advise you accordingly. Why is that the case? Because what he did was something very specific. It may not be apparent to the layperson at first, but any seasoned lawyer or litigator will tell you that this is what the effect of what the judge did. He sent it back. He said that there was a standard that you should have looked at, that you didn't, but he specifically did not make any decision about how that standard should be applied and how the decision that you should make relative to that, relative to the matter when you apply that decision. Why is that? Because even though he sent it back to you because he thought that there was something that you didn't look at, it's still your function to apply those standards. And I'll bore you a second with a very appropriate citation, which is in a letter of mine, but it's important that everyone understand. This is a Burke's Auto Body versus Amorosa case. The judicial function is limited to the review of the propriety of the determination in terms of whether the administrative body acted appropriately. The court's jurisdiction is restricted and does not afford original jurisdiction. What does that mean? It's not up, the court doesn't substitute its judgment for you when it applies the standards. While the court is empowered to determine whether the administrative body acted arbitrarily, it may not usurp the administrative function by directing the agency to proceed in a specific manner. What does that mean? That means the judge is sending it back because of what he saw as a procedural error. He did not make any substantive determination whatsoever. And you don't have to trust me, although I've cited case law to you, you don't have to trust me. I'm confident that your counsel will advise you either on or off the record to the same effect. The judge simply said, apply a standard. He did not direct a specific restriction. So what are we going to talk about tonight? So we might as well get to it. We're going to talk about two houses. We'll start with the first house, but I'll ask Tim to go through the first house, which is the house at 24 Gin Lane, which is a house of approximately 5,000 square feet in a conforming location of a conforming height and of approximately 1/3 of the potential build-out on the property. What do you see before you? You see models of 24 gin, as well as the 28 gin that's proposed. You see a model all to scale, designed by, made by Gary Lawrence, who with Ann Serchin is one of the two authors of Houses of the Hamptons. He has made the surrounding area to scale. So it's helpful for you to see 28 as it relates to 24. It also helps you see 24 as it relates to the Michaelcheck house, 63 feet. The house of the Mangers, 61 feet, to these two 52 feet high houses. And when I say 52 feet, that's above sea level, not from grade. And also, this is Woldorn Manor, which is owned and controlled by Glenn August. And also, this is Charlie Ayers' house. Do you have those two letters? I think let's get those out of the way if we can, because it's important in terms of one of the things that I litigated many years ago was a case in which the judge said letters of support or indication of no negative effect to the neighborhood. So let me read these for you. You're always very patient when people want to read letters one way or the other into the letter, so let me read these to you. Charles Ayers, who has a house of 10,600 feet on 2 acres. Remember, we're dealing here with 3 acres and 3.8 acres, a house of 10,600 square feet, and we'll show you all this later in chapter and verse. On 2 acres states the following. Dear members of the board, I'm the owner of 22 Gin Lane, a partial owner of 20 Gin Lane, which is right here, both of which are adjoining parcels to the above applications. My understanding is the above applicants will be appearing before the Board of Architectural and Historic Preservation at the December 10th meeting. You see, I'm going to have to read these into the record for the next matter as well. I'm going to have to read a lot of the stuff into the record. That's your choice. That's why we've done it. Fine. That's fine. Will be appearing before the Board of Architecture at the December 10th hearing for the approval of 2 single-family residences. Having reviewed these submissions, please know that I give my unequivocal support to both of these applications. In addition, it should be noted that the applicant has also been a very thoughtful steward of this area and has participated, along with Mr. August and myself, in a public benefit by preventing 20 Gin Lane many further development. Let's see what's the best. I don't want to put this on the model. Can I hold it for you? Oh, that'd be great. Turn it around so the board can see it, maybe. Charlie, what works best for you?
Gotta lay down flat somewhere.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to put it on the model.
But I can hold it flat.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ayers, Mr. August, and Mr. Schleifer purchased and preserved at the cost of between $13 and $14 million. This property, which does a lot of things, obviously it limits the development in the area. It also, in terms of scale, opens up a lot of the area. It also preserves a certain degree of both the Michaelcheck view and the Mangu view. Having reviewed the submissions, I know give my unequivocal support to both of these applications. In addition, it should be noted that the applicant has been a very thoughtful steward of this area and has participated, along with Mr. August and myself, in a public benefit by preventing 20 Gin Lane from any further development. I believe the applicant to be a family that would be an excellent neighbor and a wonderful addition to the community. Grateful for your consideration. Charlie Ayers.
John, if I may, what's the mechanism by which that's preserved? Is it preserved in perpetuity?
Yeah.
Well, what's the mechanism? I'm asking as...
Covenant. It's a covenant on the property that prohibits it from further development.
And that's something that's written into the deed?
Yes, we had to approve it.
Okay.
It's recorded in the county clerk's office.
Okay.
A common...
Okay, I just want to understand the mechanism.
A common land preservation technique. Now,
do you want this anymore?
Well, yeah, no, not for now. That's right. Just Woldorn Manor.
And Susan, you've seen...
Yes, we were apprised of this at an earlier date.
We're getting fatigued.
Thank you. Thank you for explaining that.
Does he have...
Woldorn Manor, LLC. I'm an authorized person of Woldorn Manor, the owner of the adjoining parcels, remember to make sure I read these into the record for the next hearing, please. Owner of the adjoining parcels to the above applications, my understanding is that the above applicants will be appearing before the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation at the December 10th hearing for approval of 2 single-family residences, obviously 24 and 28. Having reviewed these submissions, please know that Waldorn Manor LLC gives its support to both of these applications. Do we have the plans for 28 for Tim to go through? Okay. In addition, it should be noted the applicant has been a very good steward of the area and has participated with Waldorn Manor and the owner of 22 Gin Lane in a public benefit by sterilizing, in effect, 20 Gin Lane from any further development. We believe this creation of a public benefit by the applicants should not go unacknowledged. Thank you for the opportunity to offer our perspective. So you have the neighbors to the west, both who would be affected, appreciating the significantly reduced GFA and scale on both of these applications. But again, I'll read these applications for your later hearing for 28. Tim, if you would just generally take the board through the program on 24, which is the street front house. It is on 3 acres. And we have extra sets. It's on 3 acres with a 5,000 square foot house, approximately 8,000 square feet than the allowed gross floor area.
He thinks we can.
Okay. I might want to look at them.
Well,
There's no opposition to it.
well, I just think we can do it.
By the way, before you start, Tim, maybe it might be best, let's take a little time to look at, we don't have the model of the prior model. Do we have a copy of the prior plans that were approved, that were
I'm coming.
for 24? Well, we'll refer to them in the record. It's a very significantly different house than was originally proposed in terms of architecture. All architectural changes were made at the requests of not only the board, but the neighbors and some objections, all again in an attempt to accommodate.
We're seeing a new design, is that what you're saying?
No.
No, what I'm saying
about
is
the
a
past.
significant, this application was first made 2 years ago. There was a design for both of these homes that you will remember, Mr. Highsmith, met with some opposition from some of the board members and from some of the public in terms of its architecture. On 28, I'm going to show you a model of that original design. I just didn't bring it on this because this has never really been much of a focal point because of its significantly reduced size.
But would it be helpful for me to turn this model, this part, so you can see it? Because being as it's someone you've already seen in actually, probably you're the only, and you have the drawings, right? But I just think we're separating them, so why not? Because this is a little bit of history. Everything was, had started out in a more colonial revival, more grand, sort of more formal schemes originally. Going very quickly, fast forwarding, we came to a more of a wanting, through feedback from the board and neighbors, to be more sheltering, more roof-like, more looking towards more of a Queen Anne style versus the sort of more formal, grander style that we had started off in. So everything became more casual, roofs came down closer to the ground, and I don't know if it's, and porches were added on all the sides of the buildings. And so this was the smaller 5-bedroom, was intended to be used as a guest structure for the property. And it also has the tennis court on this property as well as a tennis pavilion. So for this, the drive is coming in. It's a sort of serpentine drive that is not giving you, a sort of letting you discover by coming in then into a front landscaped courtyard, a house that, sorry, because we've already seen these designs, I didn't bring renderings, but we have the model.
We have it.
Sort of an understated with this, the roof, large sheltering roof that comes down to the ground floor and creates a covered entrance into it. Various dormers and porches that go around the house, garages off to the side in a separate courtyard.
Tim, the materials are already in the record, but could you explain the...
Red cedar shingle left natural to weather, white painted wood windows, red cedar shingle roof, 8-inch exposure on the shingles.
And was any of the design guided by the adjacent development on the lot 28 Gin Lane?
Yeah, in our mind, they were done hand in glove together, but I understand the desire to look at them separately. But yes, the same language is used in both. The larger house being requiring a more developed architecture because of its program and scale, this being what I would call more of somewhat more cottage-like, albeit a large cottage.
The board should also be aware that although this is 28 is a flag lot, the oceanfront lot is a flag lot, the garage, and Ed will talk a little bit about this, meanders through 24, which is one of the benefits of having these two very valuable lots. We were fortunate enough that someone was willing to require them and not build a 10,000 square foot or 12,000 square foot house commensurate with these houses on this separate lot, which is something that you shouldn't forget. This house is a separate lot, and certainly it would support, the GFA allowable on it is 13,000 square feet. This was on 2 acres, and it's what is it? 10.6. But this is on. No, just let me. There's a purpose. I'm saying this.
I know.
No, there's a very strong purpose. I'm saying this in terms of sort of be careful what you wish for. We're fortunate enough to have one family purchase both of these lots so that you end up not with a house that's consistent with this size of house, which is typically what you would find happen here on this 3-acre larger lot than the heirs lot, but rather this 5,000 square foot house, which functions as a de facto guest house. It also allows this the driveway for 24 to meander through and connect into 28, which is interesting because when 28 went to the planning board for review as a flag lot, not only were the planning board members happy to see that the driveway was backed off of its easterly border, but they also noted quite specifically in the record that the buffering, the vegetative buffering between in this area and the easterly portion of the lot was very, very extensive. So Ed, if you could talk a little bit, and you're not going to be able to totally divorce conversation between the two because it functions as the driveway for both lots.
I'll be quick because I think the landscape is the least controversial part of this. We've tried to maintain all the mature, healthy trees that are on this lot. We've reinforced buffers already with existing evergreen hedging on the east side and new privet hedging in conjunction with the neighbors on the west side. And the idea is to basically try to create a property that feels contextual with the other estates along Gin Lane, First Neck Lane, Halsey Neck Lane, by preserving the large trees and adding new large trees into it. The tennis court will meet code, being sunk and surrounded with evergreens so that it's fully screened from the neighbors. And the idea is to create, if you will, a country lane as opposed to a flag lot that goes through 24. And while they are, as they say, two separate properties, the idea that there is a flow from one property to the next.
So what you have here, and it's important to notice that you have there's a potential 13,000 square foot GFA on this lot, a potential 14,000 square foot GFA on this lot, and a potential 18,000 square foot GFA on this lot. So you have a lot that the applicant's family participated in sterilizing, taking approximately 15,000 square foot of potential GFA on a vacant parcel off the development possibilities. Then you have a lot with a GFA potential of 13,000 coming in at 5, this one at 18 coming in at 14.5, because this one owner, I mean, the lots are 2 LLCs, but they're controlled by the same owner, came in and put forward this very, very, very sensitive development plan. Anyway, anything else to say about the design?
Yes, I'd like to hear about the design. Thank you.
Well, those things are very important because we're talking about scale of surrounding properties, the neighborhood, and the parcel itself. That's what the judge's order talked about. So these things are very important.
To me, for the smaller house, the de facto guest house, as it were, I really wanted it to be not something that you came at frontally from the street, that sort of was cranked and hidden within this sort of landscape, that would get us away from the straight shoot of the drive back in and be something that along a meandering drive that you turned into and found a court. I felt it was important to be about a roof. So apropos a lot of our discussions leading up to this, which was more about elevations and tall facades, this was about the roof. And so that the roof would come down, it would become part of a welcoming portico, which it has very simple sort of transitional arts and crafts columns in that they're vertical piers that have cants at the top of them, which is a typical sort of 1880, 1890 kind of sort of arts and crafts column. And you then had the one big sort of kind of eyebrow dormer, but it's really a shed roof dormer in the middle that reinforced that portico below. So all of this was the big roofs nestled off of a serpentine drive, sort of hidden off, and that you'd come into a relatively beautiful front court that would be about its landscape, and off of that serpentine back into yet another court that was about parking. And so that it was all what I would call nestled. And this was setting you up for what you were going to come to as you came to the next property. But I don't want to get into that so much at this point.
But it is an integrated design.
Yes, and as you drove by it, I wanted it to be one story. As you came around this side of it, as you came around again, the roof coming all the way down to the first floor. This was a sheltering little tent within this environment. And yes, it's large, but obviously when one looks at the things around it, it's the smallest house right here within its vocabulary. Maybe some other houses along this row, it probably leans more in towards those. I'm not.
That's.
Well, these are all much
9,000,
larger,
yeah.
But there are a few smaller cottages along there.
6,000 right next to it, just approved a year ago by this board. 6,000, larger.
Yeah. So this, I don't think any one size, I mean, it's a 5,000 square foot house, that's not small. I live in that, I think it's huge, but it's, relative to its context, this is probably the smallest one within spitting distance of it.
You know, I have a question. Where are the meandering drives? They're all straight shots off of Gin Lane. I don't mind this, but I find that rationale odd.
Well, the Belfer property, or what I refer to as the Belfer property that you just looked at, that has a meandering drive that comes into the front of that house.
Many of the other, yeah.
I've worked on a lot of them that I can go down the streets. They're not all meandering.
A lot of straight shots off of Gin Lane.
There are
Woolden
right
Manor
where we are
itself has a
here.
meandering drive.
Right, Woolden, I did that for the Camutos at some point, that kind of this is their driveway that meanders along here.
And it meanders off to another property. As a matter of fact, let me finish, Ed. Ed, Woolden Manor's 80% of its access is over an easement on an adjoining property. So it, by definition,
I'm just curious about the emphasis on the...
I thought there was a request early on, because we started out with a drive that was along here, and people didn't like that.
You know what, I can't go backwards.
No, I know, I'm just trying to piece it in my own mind.
This board is not composed, it has a different composition. We really need to be dealing with what's in front of us right now. That would be really helpful.
I will I will,
No,
I
just
will,
think
Honestly-
historically, I'm trying to go back.
But, you know, I'm just thinking, because I live near there, and I did live right near there, and it was a straight shot. There were a lot of straight shots. I don't care. That's the least of our problems here.
This one has that, I always like that sort of thing.
there are times when we've done
There
straight
wasn't
shots.
anything else there.
There wasn't, I know, which
Excuse
was
me.
nice, I know.
So it's very different. Okay, go ahead, sorry. It's just an aside.
Do you, yes, no?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
I just felt it was an odd point, because I don't actually think it's so accurate.
Well, in this kind, okay.
Well, I think, I want to talk about it.
Let me say one thing.
Okay.
All right, let the landscape architect say one thing. Because of the existing trees that were here, and that we thought were very nice, and they're very hard to grow big
That's
trees.
a great reason to have a meandering driveway. I just thought it was a weird
That's one of the
point to
reasons.
make.
And it's
Let's move
also,
on.
a meandering drive allows you to experience more of the property. Straight shot is a single.
Well, no one is going to experience it except the owner and his guests.
We work
But
for
I
it.
do think that the drive and the architecture sort of go hand in glove. When I came at this the first time, it was a very U-shaped,
Yes, it
very
was.
vertical, and we had a very straight drive that went right up to it. And to me, there was when you see a house with that straight drive down, you often came to a more Georgian, a more formal house, that straight drive, alley of trees, major facade in front of you. So to me, when the architecture became softer, more rambling, more inspired by a sort of more country Queen Anne sort of arts and crafts vocabulary, the meandering drive, to me, seemed to go hand in glove with that, because it would be odd to see a boulevard lined with trees ending up in a rambling Queen Anne house. So that's...
Okay, just was curious.
Yeah. Any questions about the architecture?
Having not seen this before formally, since I'm new to the board since this was last presented, I did have just a couple questions. You reference the arts and crafts sort of influence, and clearly the columns, the gunstock columns show that.
Right.
My concern about that is on this building, other than long roof lines and those two columns, I don't see other details that really reinforce that. The columns sort of stick out a little bit on this property on its own. Am I missing other details that I should be focusing on to help understand this arts and crafts vocabulary?
Well, the shed dormer, the very thin shed dormer at the top would have been very much of that same time period to me. The flat-roofed dormers that don't have the neoclassical pediment on top of them.
Are those the two on the southwest elevation?
The northeast has two.
The flat roof door, okay.
Yeah, and the northeast version of them.
And then on the southwest elevation, there appear to be sort of two towers near the corners, near the ends of the main form there that I'm not quite piecing together. The last
The
two,
facade coming up and the roof, they're not, they're within the,
so that's
they're
the
cuts within the,
so that is a setback form cutting up into the roof.
exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So, all of those moves, to me, if you look at sort of in English arts and crafts, the flat roof dormers, the high eyebrow, those columns, those are all, it just would have been, in England, it would have been a red terracotta roof as opposed to a wood shingle roof. But this is what then came here, and we interpreted in wood and white or green.
And on the southwest elevation, on the second floor, one of those sort of interior dormers, past the central shed dormer is there, then on either side of it, you have one other shed dormer and one flat roof dormer, the one on the right, which is sort of to the south.
I saw that myself. I think the shed roof computer has taken it away, it looks like to me.
There should be a shed roof over the dormer on the...
Right, yeah.
Okay. All right. Bad computer.
Bad computer.
Oh, okay. But nothing about it's a good comment on the thin shed dormer in the front, and the eyebrow windows are effectively that are there. But there's no other change in fenestration that might be consistent with arts and crafts, and no change to the shingles in terms of either shingle patterns or other things that might have shown up?
No. often I found when the styles were taken and brought to these seaside areas and taken by the Americans, they tended to simplify them. They tended to do them a little less, I want to say elegantly, but that has connotations that are bad. I think it's what made it distinctly sort of American, and now we look at as being sort of less fussy and having a certain authenticity to it, and find a charm in that if you compare it to its sort of some of its European antecedents, they seem a little bit more formal with it.
Some of the houses that in the village that seem, or in this area that seem to tap into that exist in the art colony, but they are much more detailed than this is. You have brackets on porches, and you have detailing on side lights at doors that some of it gets a little fussy in Queen Anne, but some of it is just simple arts and crafts detailing. But you've edited that out, and I don't want to belabor this. You've gone for something simpler, some of the larger classic forms, but something simpler in the details. Is that fair?
Yes, a little bit more what you would see in some of the larger versions of those art colony houses, more in East Hampton actually in a way than because some of those forms grew quite large in East Hampton. Southampton could get a little more formal.
I don't have any more questions.
The garage doors, if you look at those, have a very arts and crafts. Yeah, back to these garage doors.
Board members, I need more time to think about this, but
Just so you know, this has not changed.
I don't care. I'm looking at it again. I really don't want you to direct how I think, Mr. Bennett. I really do need more time to look at it, and I have that prerogative. Other board members?
No comment on this.
This hasn't been a problem. I've seen this evolution from that commercial college-looking...
Well, that was the big one.
...industrial building that becomes softened. So I don't have an issue with this application.
Rob, need more time?
I don't feel I do, but...
Oh, you don't?
Not on this one.
The only thing that would make me want to have more time, and I know we've separated the properties, but there's the legal issues, there are documents related to each property individually and collectively. So for that, if you could indulge us, I would request more time to look at this.
And documents were put in the file today. I'm not reading, I've been in the...
I think John is nodding his head yes.
Okay. Well, we are not required to be there at 3:45 to read documents that are put in the file.
John, I think you have a yes.
It's just, it's not fair. And it's not public. So that would be one of my... Okay, fine. So, do you have any other people? Do you want to... Are we finished here?
We're fine. We can save most of the fire for the next application.
Oh, okay.
It'll be lengthy.
So
this is a request from the attorney.
Is there public comment? Sorry.
Is there any public comment on this application? Is there public comment on this application?
Yes, here it comes.
It's like...
I don't intend to vacate. I'll sit here and be very interested in what you have to say, Mr. Britton.
Okay, well, let's just move ahead, please.
I'll get there, don't worry.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening, board members. I'm Jeff Bragman, and together with Richard Handler, we are co-counsel for the Manger family and the Michalchek family. And it's a bit of a late evening. It's 11 o'clock, I note. And I wanted to say to the board that I wanted to talk just for 2 minutes about the court, because we've had a little discussion about it, not to re-argue or relitigate the case, but I think some of you who may not be as familiar with litigation and how it's solved might think that it ends with a decision and that's the end of the game. And that is often the case, but in this case, the judge did something different that's somewhat frequently done. He asked the parties to submit an order. So the decision wasn't the action paper, it wasn't the order that told us what to do and how to do it. He said, I want to see a judgment submitted. So both sides submitted judgments, they conflicted, and we were waiting to see what the court would decide. And until the court decided, we really didn't know, A, whether we would have a hearing, despite the fact that it had been noticed, and B, how that hearing could be conducted, because the order would give us the rules of the road. So we were waiting until about 12:30 this afternoon, and that's when we finally got a judgment in the case that ordered a new hearing with no restrictions. That was what the parties conflicted on, was whether or not the new hearing should be a completely new hearing or whether there should be restrictions in the type of evidence and the type of issues that could be considered. So I bring that to your attention just to say that's part of the reason we're not prepared to argue the merits of this case at 11 o'clock at night. Also, the documents were submitted rather late in the day now, I understand. And I wanted to make a comment just about how we can keep the record straight here. We would like to be able to work with a complete set of plans. We've never been given a complete set of plans in the course of this review. And since we're starting over, and it is a new hearing, I think I'd like to suggest that we be given a hard copy, scalable copy that we can put a scale on and make measurements of each plan that's coming in front of the board. I think I would suggest that it is a help to all of us. It will help, obviously it'll help us keep track of exactly what it is the applicant is asking for. It'll also help us keep track with what's in front of you, and it'll help us and the applicant know that we're always on the same page. And just tonight, we just heard Mr. Coburn pointed out that there was an error in one of the plans, that they were missing I think it was a shed dormer, you said. So that's going to have to be changed. And we want to make sure that this record stays really clear and that we always have hard copy of what we're working on so that we can monitor the changes carefully. I also noted in the discussion of 24 Gin Lane that in the space of about 10 minutes, no more than 10 minutes, John Bennett got up and gave 3 different numbers for the gross floor area that was permitted on that lot under the GFA requirements of the village. He said in 1 minute it was 8,000 square feet. A couple minutes later he said it was 13,000 square feet, and then he was corrected and said it was 10,600 square feet. We don't want to have to deal with trying to keep track of changes. We want to make sure everybody's on the same page, so we need hard copy.
How does that work? He's just, he has to request it?
Ask Mr. Bennett if his client will provide copies to Mr. Bragman and Mr. Hanlon.
If he doesn't want to, I have an alternative that'll make us do the work, but it would require you to talk to the town clerk, and that is the village clerk, and that is we can have a copy made of the plans that are submitted, that are formally submitted. The way it's done in other jurisdictions when it's too big to be handled on your machine is they deliver it, or they sign the plans out to us to be delivered to a copying service, we pay for it, and return it to the village. What goes on now is that if we want to get plans, we often are confronted with the village telling us, oh, you can't copy the plan because it's the architect's plan. And it's really an absurdity because we're literally taking pictures of the plans. We can't lay a scale on them. We have experts too, and we need them to be working on one hard copy of a plan so that they can do exactly what the applicant does, lay a scale on it, figure out what's going on. So that's a procedural issue that we want to correct. Now, Richard Handler is here with me tonight, and I know he has some comments to make as well, but it's important that we have a clear record of what we're doing. Now, Mr. Bennett started out, I'm not really eager to get involved in a battle at 11 o'clock at night when the board's tired and I'm tired, but the fact of the matter is that the court did not cite a procedural error. Okay, the court, and we're not here to relitigate what the court did. The court said that the board made a legal error, that it failed to follow the law that's written in Chapter 65, and that because of that legal error and a persistent pattern of keeping evidence out of the record on a critical issue, that the decision was completely vacated, it was voided, and it was remanded for a hearing. The fancy legal word is a hearing de novo, but he wrote it as a new hearing, and I think the chairman is correct to say we're in a new hearing. Now, if Mr. Bennett wants to introduce prior iterations of his plans into the record, so be it. He can introduce prior iterations of his plans. But he cannot simply incorporate by reference the entire prior hearing. That hearing was vacated because of a substantive legal error. Not a procedural error, not a slip of the tongue, a substantial failure to follow your own code. And in addition, just one thing I want to say, because it does involve you, Mr. Coburn, because you're the new member that hasn't seen this before. If he were to incorporate the prior record of this case, you would have to listen to the entire presentation in order to participate.
Already done it.
I've
already looked at all the, just so everyone knows, I've looked at all the videos from the previous for what it's worth. Was the previous file and the hearings vacated or the decision vacated?
The entire...
He just seemed to say that the entire file was vacated. That wasn't my understanding. I just wanted a clarification.
The entire record of that hearing was vacated because of a serious legal error. You cannot, an attorney cannot on his own incorporate by reference that hearing. He's going to inject the error that was the source of the reversal into this new hearing. If he wants to show you how his plans progressed to get to where they are today with other plans, that's fine.
I don't actually understand why we would be doing that.
I don't either.
I would like, my understanding of this is that this is a new, it's tabula rasa. We're going to start from zero. We're going to listen to everything that everyone says and make a decision. I believe that we have a different makeup of the board. I believe there was a kind of umbrella over those of us who were on the board at the time that perhaps wasn't warranted according to the court. And therefore, it would be cleaner and probably more logical if we simply started from zero, which would be tonight, and that these plans, your model, nothing has changed with that. There are some letters that Mr. Bennett got, but the rest of it is the past. And I consider the word new to mean that we're going from now until the future, and when there's some kind of determination on each application.
That is exactly what the court said.
Well, from my perspective, that's what I think. And I'm sorry if you disagree, Mr. Bennett.
Everything, including the transcripts, because you can't tell me that there's anything I can't put in the hearing. It's ridiculous.
I agree. There is nothing I can't tell you, but there might not be, but the documentation, people's...
And that's not what the court said.
Well, okay, we disagree. Counsel.
There's a new referee here. He's the court.
Yes, I read the court hearing too, Mr. Bennett, so excuse me. You're not the arbiter of every single piece of paper. I am the chairperson of this board. Okay, well, we're going to adjourn until our next meeting. Do I have a motion? I'm adjourning this.
Our request is for an adjournment.
No, I'm not waiting. I will not be spoken to that way. Do I have a motion to adjourn this until our next hearing?
I don't understand why we can't vote on this one.
Well, I'm not.
If this were a new application coming in for another property, we have the plans that we would otherwise discuss and vote on.
I don't mean to be impertinent here. I really don't. But, I'm not a potted plant, as a lawyer once said, nor is the second lawyer sitting with me, Richard Handler, a potted plant, nor is, the witness sitting next to him, okay? We have the right to present opposition on this plan.
Don't get mad at me. I'm just saying, I don't understand why we are presumptively going to an adjournment. There's more hearing to go. There's a lot of information that's here.
We're not ready to proceed. We can't proceed in a case where we heard from the court giving us the rules of the road for the first time at 12:30 today, and a case in which the applicant submitted for the first time his new plan, whatever the plan is, in this current hearing at 3:30 in the afternoon. So no, we don't want you to vote.
What new plans were submitted?
It's the plan that's in front of you today. I'm calling it the new plan.
Gentlemen, if I may, we're all conflating a few issues here, okay? John has already agreed, at least I saw his head moving up and down, that he's not requiring us or asking us to make a decision today. He's already said that if you want him to submit new plans so that you have a clean file, which I think is a good, decent, practical suggestion, he will either copy everything or judiciously edit what's pertinent, and we'll have a new clean file, Susan. He's saying exactly what you want, which will have a clean file today.
And this and two letters are what I think are the new file. If he wants to put more things in, that's fine, but referring to the past is not going to really be helpful.
And we're in violent agreement, folks, and we're arguing on the wrong points. You want a new file and application, Rob? You want to see a clean slate? You want to see a clean file? John's willing to provide it. He'll copy as you've nodded your head.
Just so you know, what I'll be doing is putting in all the transcripts.
And everybody.
Both, we're going to be objectants and the applicants, because I think this is nothing. This is the court said go back and have a new hearing, but he didn't say it's a new application.
When a court orders a new trial, you don't put in. I think I actually have the floor. You don't put in the transcript of the trial that the appellate court tossed out because they made an error. That's what he wants to do. Come on, you don't have to be a lawyer. You don't have to be a lawyer to know that that is not the right way to proceed.
And I think we also have the ability. I think we also have the ability and common sense to move forward and to read what was in the 3-page decision, if you will. And if we may have slightly different interpretations on what new means, but I think we all have a reasonable sense of what new means. And we do have, like Susan said, a new member on the board who, yes, he has done the homework. And I think it's perfectly legitimate to provide him with a clean file. And as much as
he's not asking for it. I'm sorry. We're sitting here arguing over the one portion of the application no one had objection to. I'm afraid to know what's going to happen going to the next application. No one's had any issue.
Well, I'm sorry.
In design. Well, let me finish. I've sat here quietly and said nothing.
We're going to have comment on this. Absolutely, we're going to have comment on it.
No one's making any architectural comments, massing comments on the proposed application today, which is 24.
Yes, we intend to do that.
We'll do it now.
No, we're not ready to do it now because we have a team just like he has a team. We have people that we have to bring in to help us present to you. And we have the right to know when we can schedule them with a reasonable amount of time to prepare and a clean set of plans for what is today proposed. And we have not had that opportunity. And that is why I got a little, overwrought about the idea that we could take care of this tonight.
But what's changed about the plans? That's what I'm failing to understand.
We are having a new hearing.
I understand, but practically, the plans are the same that everyone is aware of. So that's what I don't understand. Is a practical impediment.
Neither we nor the community, forgetting about the attorneys, knew that there were not going to be new plans submitted. All we knew going into today is that there was a new hearing.
We didn't even know that. We didn't
know that there would be any changes. A small error in the dormer. that's minuscule, it's not important. But I think if John wants to submit, if the applicant wants to submit the old plans as the plans for the new hearing, I think it's perfectly legitimate, and he's willing to do so. Let's do it.
May I read from the judge's decision? The decision, not the order. Everybody knew there was going to be a new hearing. The motion, okay, it says, the matter is remitted to the board for a new hearing. There was never a mystery about that.
How about the sentence before that where they annulled it?
There was a bit of a... there's two ways that a court can act.
Can I just
they
have
can make
to...
a substantive determination and say, you were wrong, you have to make this decision, or they can say, we think you missed a part of the standard, so go back and have a new hearing. But that was in the decision since October.
This is the most disingenuous comment I have ever heard from an attorney. I just want to tell you something in the simplest way possible, that when I came up and said we submitted judgments and they didn't agree with each other, I did it on purpose because I didn't want to relitigate what happened, okay? I didn't want to get into the issue. But now I have to, because Mr. Bennett stands up and says, there was no surprise. We all knew it was going to be a new hearing. That's not what he was arguing to the judge in his judgment. He was asking the judge for a judgment that in the first time around, he didn't want a new hearing. He wanted to remand the case for the board to make new findings. Okay, that's not a new hearing. That was what, and in the second, when we objected to that and said, no, the decision says it's a new hearing, then he said, okay, it can be a new hearing, but it can only be a new hearing on the issue of size and scale. And again, that's why I just got aggravated with Mr. Bennett's comments, because he stands up to you and says, it was never a mystery, it was always going to be a new hearing. No, we did not know what it was going to be until 12:30 today when the judge signed our order. Okay, now I didn't want to get into that because I'm not looking for combat here, but we have to tell the truth about what happened. We did not know, so we didn't know up until 12:30. We didn't even know if we'd have a court order. And if we didn't, we would have come in front of you and said, you have no right to conduct a hearing because you don't know what the rules of the road are until the judge speaks. Well, as it happens, the judge finally spoke at 12:30. But that's not enough time for us. And we intend to oppose this. And we want to bring our team in. And I want to show them a hard copy plan before we do and be prepared and not have it happen at 11 o'clock at night. I don't think you need to be a lawyer to know that that's fair play. That's what we want. And that's what we want on the second part of the application. If he wants to present it tonight, we'll sit and listen politely.
It's late.
Our request is going to be adjourned.
It's late. Mr. Bragman and Mr. Handler have legitimately
asked for time.
Yes. I think we've gotten to the point where we have two separate applications. The owner has made a presentation on the first. The objectors are entitled to respond to that. They're not prepared to do so. I would suggest we adjourn this until the 14th, when the meeting can be convened by Mr. Bragman and Mr. Handler making their presentations, and then we can continue on to 28.
I have no objection.
Really?
And in the meantime, you can ask Mr. Bennett if his client would provide a copy of the
That would
plans.
just be, would you be willing to provide, I mean, we're hopefully not 1,000 ones of these, but
one set of scaled plans.
One set of scaled drawings.
I'm laughing because Ed is saying, he's just kidding. He said they should make their own copies. I will always, as I always do, be more than happy.
But in a timely fashion too, please, because honestly.
Susan, that's implied.
Come on, please.
It's okay.
I have always given any person whatever they want, because why would I make them go to the clerk's office and pull something out?
Okay.
Anytime any adversary...
Do we have a date for that, Joe?
Excuse me?
Date?
Excuse me?
A date, when no later date than to prod them? Week?
Well, when can we get them to? We're just going to copy the entire file.
The plan, the plans.
I'm going to copy.
Okay, well, do you have a date? Do you have a date, a no later
On the
date?
78th, and give it to
A date no later than when?
What would you say?
FedEx them tomorrow.
No, we can't do that. We have to give them the entire record on the 78th. We're going to give them a copy of that.
A week?
A week.
Okay.
Are you asking for the entire record or for?
That's what I'm going to give them, because that's going to be my entire submission.
All right, well, that's voluntarily. You can do that voluntarily.
He's
but
asking
we're-
for the
Susan,
purposes of the new hearing
A set
to
of
get
scaled plans.
a set of scaled plans whenever a new plan is
One of each property.
introduced, I believe.
We're talking about 24.
Yeah.
A set of scaled plans.
Control.
A week.
Rob?
1 week.
Yes. Is that what we're talking
A
about?
week for the plans that have been, scale drawings on these plans. Make a motion to adjourn for all purposes to
Motion,
the 14th.
do I have a motion to adjourn this application 24 Gin Lane for all purposes until the 14th of January 2019?
And 28.
And 28 Gin Lane until 20...
No, we're doing 28.
You're going to stop it now.
Why? I put the application on. It's late.
11:30.
I don't want to keep going.
You know what?
And do you really want us hearing it this late at night?
Yeah,
It's not
I do.
gonna-
Yeah, I do.
It's not going to be received well.
I do. I'm here for the application. I'd like to put it in, because what's going to then happen is I'm going to come, let me finish.
Note the objection.
And Jeff, sit down. I'm
Objection
talking.
noted.
Please. What's then going to happen is that I'm going to come on the 14th, and he's going to want more time on that, and more time on that.
You know what, I want to ask you for a little more time than January 14th, because we have the Christmas holiday.
Right, then the
We have-
28th.
It's the 28th? Oh, okay, that's
Is that...
28th.
This guy bought this property 2.5 years
I
ago.
know, John, I know, but it's better than spending 7 months in court again. Adjourn both applications to the 28th.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
My objection.
I'm noting your objection, Mr. Bennett, to the...
Be fully prepared on the 28th to make all the arguments?
Well, ask
Could I just
Is
think...
everyone going to be here on this?
I'm comfortable with this adjournment if they are prepared. If anyone is opposed to it, I'm asking
Please
the
don't
chair.
raise your voice to me. This is not a good thing.
Ask Mr. Bragman. Ask Mr. Bragman.
He's going.
I'm asking our chairman
Are
to
you,
ask.
Mr.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So what is happening?
Without lawyers and just do the
I don't think this can go on.
Everybody, while there's somebody at the podium, everybody sit down for a few minutes, please.
Yes, thank you. Richard Handler, 50 Broadway, Amityville, for the Menger and the Michaelchek family. I'm only standing here awaiting the board's decision, and Madam Chairman, if you are going to adjourn this, then I don't want to interrupt your flow. I do have one point to make, if that's okay.
Does it take more than 2 minutes?
No, it won't.
Okay, you can go
Thank you.
ahead for your...
One concern about the submission of the record in total is that it cannot and should not include the transcripts of the testimony that was given during the prior hearings. The very basis for the annulment of the determination, and as cited in the court's opinion, is that the board chair eventually stopped any further discussion on the issue relating to size and scale, stating that the board lacked jurisdiction on that issue. The entire proceeding was tainted by the inability of any and every witness, whether that be for the objectants or for the applicant or for the public, to seek to describe the structures or the layout in terms of size or scale or proportion or placement and so on. And the judge found that that choke that prevented the public and prevented all the parties from describing the structures in that way tainted the entire proceedings. To allow the reintroduction of all of that testimony...
I don't mean to interrupt you, but why couldn't counsel, yourself, and or Mr. Bennett, write the judge and ask for an instruction on this?
Well, I guess we could, but we're talking about the reproduction of the transcript.
I'd rather have the judge tell us this than the board make a decision like this that you feel ultimately may taint this proceeding.
Sure, fine, we can do that, but we can't, we have to be conscious of the fact that that transcript for the 8 sessions, which included the prohibition against using certain language, is tainted and thereby can't be used by this board in making its reflection.
Your issue. I'm just saying, let's see if the judge would rule on that.
Well, Okay.
I intend to submit the entire.
From my perspective, in reading the judge's instructions, and also from having been on the board for the first hearing of these applications, is that there was a constraint on how people were thinking and were told. And I thought so that the instructions for a new hearing meant exactly that, what I said before. We're starting at zero and going forward, so that constriction would not be part of this new hearing, and that it, in a sense, could be pure. And so I agree with Mr. Handler. I said it before Mr. Handler got up. I don't know who's arguing. That would be how I see it. Council disagrees?
No, I don't disagree. I just got sure. I'm not. Excuse me. I haven't finished. I'm just saying I would rather have the judge. I think there are two ways of looking at that, and I think I'd rather have the judge rule on that between now and the 28th if he would.
Okay. Well, what happens if he doesn't?
Well, then we'll have to deal with it on the 28th.
Fine. Is that a possibility?
Well, we can make that overture to the court. And one final statement. The law recognizes that administrative boards such as this have great latitude and can establish their own procedures and view applications in the fashion they wish. I think this board has the power to decide whether it's going to treat the question of a new hearing as starting the matter as a de novo hearing, entirely new, wiping the slate clean, starting with one consistent set of plans that everyone is looking at. We'll remember that after the decision was rendered last time and Mr. Bennett then applied for a building permit, the building department refused to issue the permit because the building inspector determined that there were essential information lacking on the plans, and therefore new plans were submitted. So we have no idea what plan the board is looking at, and we don't know if that's the plan that Mr. Bennett is submitting now, and we need to see the plan. So I would suggest that we receive not only the architectural plans, but the floor plans, the site plan that the planning board approved, elevations, rendering, the site analysis, and the designs, so that we're all on the same page, so that the board is looking at the same thing. Well, they don't have any power to tell you, they don't have any power to order the site plan. Well, if the site plan has been approved and it's the same
then it's in the file,
property.
Then it's in the file in the building. But these people don't have any control over the site.
Well, we're not seeking a site plan review. We just want to know what the board is looking at and what the board has available to it, so that our
Mr. Bennett is, I understand, going to give you the plans that he has submitted for this hearing.
Fine, but the word plans is somewhat open.
Whatever is in that file, Richard.
Okay, well then we'll.
If you want more, I would suggest you ask to write Mr. Bennett a letter and ask.
I don't know what's in the file to even ask for. That's why I went through the list of the items.
Well, you can look at that file.
No. Mr. Bennett has offered to produce those plans, so let him produce them. Right. Thank you very much, John, and then we'll have them. Thank you.
One clarification, if I may, to make sure. The reason the building department took a while to issue the building permit had nothing to do with anything that was lacking from this board, which decided under its jurisdiction. There was some state building code stuff missing. Nothing to do.
We know nothing. We're not in charge of the building.
We raised the issue, so.
So motion to adjourn 24 and 28 until January 28.
Over my objection.
I would just like to know what it will be prepared to discuss then. Will
everything.
Okay.
Everything.
Can we ask for a report or letters, commentary back that would summarize the concerns that have been seen in the plans prior to the 28th?
Just let it ride.
Okay. So, but at the hearing on the 28th, we'll be able to.
It's a new year. There'll be another delay.
That's all. Let's head right in.
Okay, I know your objection.
When will the plans be delivered?
I said 7 days.
Thank you, John.
Please.
Do I have a motion to adjourn the application of 24 Gin Lane and the application of 28 Gin Lane LLC?
So moved.
For all purposes until January 28th, 2019. Do I have a second?
So moved.
Second.
Are you going to be around on the 28th?
Vote.
Aye.
And I make a motion that we adjourn this meeting of the Board of Architects, close this meeting of the Board of Architects Review and Historic Preservation.
Second that. Thank you.
Aye.